Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. I've been a night shift lead for a private security firm for 6 years. I'm the guy who laughs at the rookies when they get spooked by a settling building or a stray cat. I believe in facts and logs and high-definition footage. At least, I always have. But I worked the contract for the Oak Haven Corporate Center a few months back. Now I won't even sit in a room with a motion sensor light. I'm pretty sure that sounds dramatic, but I'll explain. Oak Haven is one of those smart buildings, and no, that's not the real name. But it's all glass, steel, automated everything. My job was simple. Sit in the command center, watch 16 monitors, and wait for the software to flag a variance. If a door opens without a key card, or a sensor trips after hours, the system pings my tablet and I go to investigate. This started on a random Tuesday, but it was 3:14 a.m. exactly. A high-priority alert flashed red on my screen. Suite 402, manual override. Now, Suite 402 is a high-security server room. You can't just swipe in. You need a physical master key. Only 3 people have that key, and none of them should have been there on a Tuesday morning. I checked the hallway camera. Nothing. The hallway was empty. I assumed it was a faulty magnetic strike. Hardware fails all the time. I logged it as a glitch and moved on. Wednesday, 3:14 a.m., same alert, Suite 402, manual override. I didn't even check the camera this time. I just grabbed my heavy mag light and I headed up the freight elevator. When I got to the door, it was locked. I pulled on the handle solid. I used my own master key to enter. The room was freezing, but that's normal for a server hub. Everything looked fine. But when I got back to the desk and checked the internal thermal logs, I got chills. Real chills. The thermal sensor inside 402 had tracked a heat signature. It started at the door at 3:14 a.m., moved directly to the main terminal. It stayed for 6 minutes, and then just vanished. On Thursday, I decided to catch the glitch in the act. I told my partner Dave to stay at the monitors while I went up early. I entered Suite 402 at 3:10 a.m., shut the door, and didn't turn on the lights. I stood in the corner, my back against the server racks, watching the door handle in the dark. 3:14 a.m. hit. The door didn't move. The handle didn't even jiggle. The room stayed silent except for the hum of the cooling fans. Then my radio crackled. It was Dave. His voice made me nervous. "Hey man, what are you doing?" "I'm standing here, Dave," I whispered into the mic. "The door hasn't moved. It's a dead room." "No, you're not," Dave stuttered. "But I'm looking at the thermal feed for 402 right now. You're standing by the racks, yeah, but there's something else in there. They're standing right in front of you. You're looking right at them." I was already pretty frozen, but now I absolutely went stone. I couldn't see the thing in the dark. I could see nothing. But suddenly the air in front of me felt thicker, like someone was exhaling directly onto my face. Then, the main terminal screen on the desk hissed to life. The blue light illuminated the room, and I saw nothing. No one was there. But the keyboard was clicking, clack, 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 fast, methodical. I lunged at the desk, shining my flashlight on the chair, but it was empty. On the screen, though, A notepad file was opened. Didn't look like code. It was a list. 2:10, checked Instagram. 2:45, text Amy, I'll be home late. 3:03, ate a sandwich. It was a log of everything that I had done in the security office that night. I didn't bother hanging around. It was time for me to go anyways. I didn't even grab my bag from the break room. I told Dave I was done. I walked out the front doors right then and there and sat in my car for a long time. I did some digging. The guy who had my job before me, he was a veteran named Miller, a company man. He never missed a shift in 20 years, but he died of a massive heart attack at his desk last year while performing a routine system audit. The time of death on the report was 3:14 a.m. My guess is Miller is still on the clock, and that he's actually keeping an eye on the staff. Doesn't mean I'm going back there, though. No thanks. How it started. A coworker asked if I was feeling better than earlier. I assumed they meant a cold that I'd had weeks before, and I brushed it off, saying I was great. Later that day, someone else asked why I'd been so quiet in the morning meeting. I hadn't been quiet. I hadn't even been there. I'd been running late. When I said that, they gave me a look like I was joking badly. "You were sitting right there," they said. "You just didn't talk much." I let it go. Offices are full of crossed wires and bad assumptions, and not all of these people in this meeting were those I knew, not very well. Faces blur together. People misremember. It happens. But it kept happening. Friends even mentioned conversations I didn't recall. A neighbor waved at me in a way that felt familiar, like we'd just spoken recently. Someone at my gym accused me, half joking, of ignoring them the day before. I said hi, they told me. You looked right at me. I hadn't been there. The descriptions were vague, but odd. The same clothes I'd owned, same backpack. Nothing that couldn't just be a coincidence, though. Until one night, someone got real specific. I was at a small bar with friends when a woman approached me, smiling like we were already in mid-conversation. "You didn't have to sneak out like that," she said. I told her that she had the wrong person. She laughed. "No, I don't. We talked outside for like 20 minutes. Told me about your job, about your dad, how you hated driving at night." Those were all true. Though I had no idea why this woman knew them. She even repeated a joke that I remembered making, but not to her. When I insisted it wasn't me, she hesitated, looked me over. "You're wearing the same jacket." That night, I went home and stood in front of the mirror longer than I'd like to admit. Nothing looked wrong or off. I didn't feel wrong either. No headaches, no gaps in my memory. I could account for all of my time. There was no sense of being watched or followed. There was just this growing awareness that someone who looked like me was moving through the same spaces I did, living parallel. I started asking careful questions. "Did you see me yesterday? What time was that? Where exactly?" I didn't love that the answers just lined up too well. Same neighborhoods, same coffee shop, same grocery store. Always places I could have been, but I wasn't. All these people that believed they'd seen me, and they weren't surprised by anything about me. No uncanny behavior or off details. Whoever it was that spoke like me, stood like me, filled the space the way that I would. One person mentioned something that sort of pushed me over the edge. They said that I'd avoided them earlier. It bothered me more than anything else so far, I guess. It meant that this version of me wasn't copying my appearance. It was adjusting and modifying things, choosing when to blend in and when not to draw attention. I really wanted to catch it, her. I changed routines, took different routes, stayed home on nights that I usually went out. But the sightings really didn't stop. They just shifted. Someone would always swear they saw me somewhere that I should have been, according to my old habits. Like the thing wearing my life knew the schedule better than I did. And I guess it did. I was having more conversations with people about conversations I didn't have than actual conversations with people. I never saw it myself, not once, which in some ways felt deliberate. Eventually, the sightings stopped. People stopped mentioning things I couldn't recall, and life settled back into place. People stopped telling me I was quiet, or that I avoided them, and I should have felt relieved. Instead, for a while, I felt displaced, like something had tried me on, decided I fit well enough, and then lost interest, but could always come back. Every now and then I wonder if it's still out there, wearing my face somewhere else, living a version of my life I'll never remember. And other times, and this is the part I don't usually tell anyone, I worry it wasn't a copy at all. What if it was like this draft? A version of me that stepped forward briefly to see how the world would react. And maybe the worst part, no one noticed anything truly wrong. Which means if it ever comes back, I'm not sure the world would know the difference, even if I did. I've been urban exploring for years. I've dealt with crumbling floors, aggressive squatters, and I've had to outrun the cops more times than I'd like to admit. Usually the adrenaline is the best part. The last month, my friend Sara and I broke into an abandoned middle school on the edge of town. And for the first time in my life, I felt a fear that was purely physical. We found our way into an old math wing. The air was heavy with the smell of wet chalk and rotting plywood. We ended up in a classroom that felt weirdly preserved. Rows of those heavy old-school wooden desks, metal frames that were still bolted to the floor, or at least we thought they were. There was a massive chalkboard covering the front wall. Being idiots, we started messing around, just drawing dumb shit. The mood was light. We were laughing. But then the air in the room just sorta froze. The temperature drop was obvious, and that's what we noticed first. But then there was a sound behind us. A long, agonizing scrape. Sounded like a heavy weight being dragged across grit. We both whipped around, our flashlights cutting through the gloom. It was just silence, motionlessness. Then the beam of the light hit the front row of desks. They looked normal, but I noticed a fresh set of gouges in the linoleum that hadn't been there a few minutes ago. We stood there paralyzed, our breath catching in our throats. 5 seconds, and that's all the quiet we got. Without a warning, without a breeze, and without anyone standing there, 2 desks from the front row detonated towards us. They didn't slide or shoot across the floor. It was like they'd been fired from a cannon. We dove in opposite directions, the metal frames screeching as one tore through the air where we had just been standing. We scrambled to our feet, trying to process the impossibility of what we were seeing. And that was our mistake. We stayed a second too long. From the very back of the room, the remaining desks, the heavy ones, they streaked across the floor, In a blurred line of flying wood and steel, they hit the opposite wall with this bone-shaking crack, shattering part of the chalkboards. This didn't feel like a haunting. It felt like an assault. We bolted. I don't think I've ever ran that hard in my life. My lungs were actually burning, and I couldn't feel my legs, but I couldn't stop. My boots were skidding, broken glass everywhere, but I didn't look back once until we hit the tree line far outside. The weirdest part, Sara hasn't spoken a word to me about it since. Every time I try to bring it up, even just to ask if she's okay, she just totally shuts down. Her face goes blank. She changes the subject immediately. I know what I saw. I know those desks didn't move because of a draft or a slanted floor. Something in the room was tired of being drawn on or made fun of, picked at. Something wanted us to become part of the wreckage or to leave. I always assumed spirits couldn't hurt you. But if we hadn't moved, jumped out of the way, I don't think I'd be writing this. This happened in the early 90s in Massachusetts. My sister and I were home alone. Our parents had gone into town for groceries. I was in my room, hunched over a Game Boy, when I heard, "Chris, come here for a second." Oh, I guess my parents are home, I thought. It was very casual, just a mid-sentence summoning coming from the top of the basement stairs. I dropped my handheld and walked into the hallway. It was my dad's voice, for sure. He had that specific low timbre that vibrated through the floorboards. "Dad, you're back?" I called out, heading toward the kitchen. As I rounded the corner, I ran right into my sister. She was standing frozen by the basement door. Her face was pale, staring at the empty landing. "Where is he?" I asked, looking past her. She looked at me. "Where's who? I thought Mom just called me." I felt a cold prickle on my neck even though I wasn't afraid. "What do you mean? Dad just called my name. He sounded like he was standing right here." "Chris, I heard Mom, clear as day. She said, 'Jessica, honey, help me with this.' And it came from the basement." We both looked at the basement door. It was latched from our side. Through the small window in the door, the stairs led down into pitch blackness. "They aren't home," I whispered. I pointed out the window to the empty gravel driveway. No wood-paneled station wagon, no groceries, and no parents. We stood there in the kitchen, just two kids. No way to call out for help but a corded phone. Were we really going to call 911? The house was silent again. And then from behind a locked basement door, we heard it again. But this time it wasn't Dad, and it wasn't Mom. It was a voice that sounded like both of them at once. They were overlapping in this really sick, distorted way. "Chris, Jessica, come down here." We both just ran into my room, and that's where we stayed until our parents got home. Once they were, we didn't feel the need to talk to them about it. But I know we didn't stop thinking about it. Luckily, it never happened again. So this was an ongoing thing. In 2019, I moved in with my current partner into a historic Queen Anne-style home in a fairly large city in northeast Indiana. I think the house was built in 1901, and the entire house had a very old world turn-of-the-century theme going on, right down to the light fixtures and the furnishings. The layout of our house was sort of strange. The first floor bathroom was right off of the kitchen, and the kitchen was connected to the family room, but in such a way that you couldn't see into the bathroom from the family room. In this particular bathroom, there were 2 very large antique mirrors that were original to the house. I refused to go to the bathroom at night because I always just got a creepy vibe from those mirrors, to the extent that I would avoid looking into the bathroom when I was forced to go into the kitchen at night. There are many, many nights when I would sit on the couch in the family room watching TV, and I'd notice out of the corner of my eye a small child peeking around the corner of the doorway, looking at me. But it would always vanish whenever I looked directly at it. I never got bad vibes per se, but it was creepy for sure. And I felt as though I was always being watched, to the extent that I would intentionally close the bathroom door in the early evening so I didn't have to interact with the bathroom at all. Something like that truly only becomes a habit if it frightens you to your core. We moved a couple of years ago, but we sold the house to an acquaintance who ended up keeping the mirrors. I really should ask her if they've had anything happen, or if she gets the same vibe from the bathroom. I can't bring myself to, though. I can't believe 23andMe filed for bankruptcy. Well, I can because the business wasn't able to maintain a returning customer base, myself included. So I guess I'm partially to blame. I used it once and was able to find some relatives on Facebook from this ancestry list. I also uncovered a family secret on my mother Tilly's side. It was one that brought tears to her eyes when I told her about my knowledge of it. But really, after that rare bombshell, I didn't have a need to continue my subscription with 23andMe. What I got out of it was worth way more than the subscription cost anyway. And I'm not talking about the bells and whistles. I'm talking, again, this product was pretty cut and dry in the way that it works. My name leads to my mom and dad's. My dad, Rick, has a column showing his 3 brothers. My mom, Tilly, has her column where it's listed a Claudette Marie as my mom's sister. The date of her birth was 5 years before my mom's. It also listed her as deceased, and if my math was correct, my mom would have been 11 or 12 at the time. I had never heard of this Claudette, but I also had never heard of my mom having a sibling. All I ever knew that she was an only child growing up. At least that's what she'd always told me and my dad. If anyone would know, I guess it would be him. They were high school sweethearts, and you can't spend 20 plus years together and just not tell someone you had a sister, especially a sister you grew up with for more than the first 10 years of your life. So I asked him. He was the first one I asked, only because he was the first paternal unit I came across on my hunt for answers. It was as simple as, "Dad, does Mom have a sister?" He says, "No." When my mom came home from work that night, I told her that I did a 23andMe thing, and I told her the results showed her having a sister named Claudette. Right when I said the name, she froze like a deer in headlights. I unintentionally cracked the code to a repression, one that she'd been working on for years, filing it far, far back, because when that memory cabinet opened, I could see the crash in her eyes. It was Dad's curious excitement that sent her over the edge when he jumped in with, "How did I never know this, Tilly?" His inflection insinuated that his feelings were hurt from her secrecy. And that's when the waterworks started, and she collapsed at the dining room table, like a criminal in an interrogation room. She at first got really defensive and mad, deflecting the question, telling me that the websites were a scam to try to sell my identity. I know my mom's tactics well, and said, "Yeah, maybe, but who's Claudette?" Seeing how greatly that name affected her the first time that I used it, I decided to try again to invoke a confession, and it did. But what she told us had me and my dad on the edge of our seat the whole time. We heard a whole other part of my mom's life that neither of us could have believed was real if we hadn't heard it from the horse's mouth ourselves. My mom did, in fact, have a sister named Claudette, though she went by Audie, and she did die when my mom was 12. It was such a dramatic incident for the family. They couldn't afford a licensed therapist, and after a year of my mom going through mental and emotional gymnastics over Audie's death, she possibly received some terrible advice from a school counselor nonetheless, when they told her to pretend that she never had a sister, and therefore hadn't lost a sister. Block out the feelings and distract herself with a hobby whenever she felt those thoughts creep in. We were shocked at the horrible guidance that she was given as a child, but she was somehow able to do it. Forget about Audie. Move to her aunt and uncles in Denver, a suggestion made by the same counselor to her parents, wondering if Tilly had anyone she could stay with while her parents were getting Audie's room cleared out. And her parents were on board, as it was expressed to them a dire necessity for Tilly's overall well-being. They'd already lost one daughter. They didn't want to risk losing both girls, and Tilly was shipped off at the end of that week. My mom says in the long run, that really worked out for her, because a few years later, she'd meet my dad at Northfield, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that. So, lucky me. And don't get me wrong, Mom, I'm grateful to be alive and all, but the silent, continued stare we gave my mom politely encouraged her to touch upon what we'd really sat down to discuss. After an unbearably long pause of anticipation, my mom tells us that when Audie was alive, she picked up some books on witchcraft and started practicing spells. There's white magic and black magic. White magic aims to bring positive change, heal, and overall assist others, while black magic is often for harm, control, manipulation, and it's selfish. She was experimenting with black magic, seeking vengeance on a classmate, one that had recently done her dirty. Audie made a shrine in her closet in their room. Tilly also stayed in that room, and her side of the bed was against the wall of the closet. The foot of her bed pointed toward the closet door, and at night, after their parents were fast asleep, she'd watch Audie reach her arm back behind the headboard of her bed, and she kept a book of matches there, and she would gently slip out of the covers and crawl over to the closet. Audie would light a candle, and Tilly would see her side profile leaning in and out of the closet, whispering words she didn't recognize as English. Every night, this ceremonial routine would take place, seemingly at the same time, even though they didn't have a clock in their room, to be sure. During one of those occasions, while Tilly watched on in her bed, the candle that illuminated in a soft white-yellow flicker was blown out, and in the dark, she hears Audie gasp as her outline becomes visible again. This time, the glow coming from inside the closet is a deep, solid red. The color didn't dance around like the candle's light. From the angle Tilly's at, she can't see into the closet, but for a brief moment, the whole room is engulfed in the red light emitting from the closet, and then all turns to black. The light was gone, and the room was dark again. Audie doesn't leave her position, sitting on her knees, staring into the closet. The little amount of light that did reach the room came from the window outside. It was just enough to brighten Audie's side profile, staunch at the foot of the bed. Tilly watched her remain frozen until her eyes became heavy and she fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, Audie had left her spot in the closet, but she wasn't in bed. She was nowhere to be found that morning. Their dad called the police, went out searching for her before Tilly had even woken up. They discovered that she was missing when they woke up. One of them just so happened to peek in, and only saw one of the girls in bed. And when they looked around the house, with no avail, their dad made the moves, while their mom stayed home just in case Audie came back. And eventually, she did, in the back of a police car. It was still the AM, but everyone had been up for hours already, worrying and grieving over her disappearance. When the police brought her to the door, she was met with a flurry of rotating emotions from the family. But Audie herself showed seemingly no emotion whatsoever. She wasn't happy to be reunited with her family. If anything, she was annoyed that she'd been returned to her doorstep. Though Audie had her rebellious stints like any teenager does, she'd never done something like that. There were sticks and leaves tangled in her hair, and her clothes were dirty. She was in the same nighttime clothing that Tilly had seen her in the night before. A white tank top, now stained with dirt, and the shorts that she'd slept in, same thing. It was cold outside, and coldest at that time of the morning. She didn't show any signs of discomfort, though. Where was she? Their mom asked the police officer. He says that they found her down at the docks by Kelly's Landing. A couple eating breakfast there saw her down by the water and alerted authorities. That call was made a little after their dad's call, so after detaining her, they quickly started putting the pieces together as to who she might be. Audie wouldn't answer their questions, so it was up to them to figure it out. When they left, their parents couldn't decide whether making her stay home or go to school would be more of a punishment. They both had to work that day, so they told Audie to get cleaned up for school, but she didn't. She put on a shirt over her dirty tank top and the first pair of pants that she found in their room, and then her backpack. Though their dad would still have to miss work that day, because as he's turning on his computer, his desk phone rings. The high school principal at the time was named Mr. Zimmerman, and while he explains that Audie had just viciously attacked another classmate during first period, there's a commotion over the phone, and he hears Mr. Zimmerman scream before the phone disconnects. Their dad dropped everything and sped down to the high school, where Audie was once again in police custody, but this time it was for a far more crazy reason. Not only did she attack that classmate, presumably the one that she was using the shrine to put a hex on, but while the principal was on the phone, she leapt over his desk like an animal and started biting the arm that he was holding the phone with. The suit that he was wearing didn't protect him from her teeth. She was able to break the skin through the fabric, according to Tilly. She was also expelled, but Tilly doesn't remember her being required to serve any actual jail time. Audie was somehow able to leave the school with my dad that day and avoided handcuffs. When Tilly got home from school later that afternoon, Audie had snapped out of her berserker mindset, and she claimed that she'd blacked out during the violent episode. In the hours at home before Tilly arrived, she was able to convince their dad that she had genuine remorse for her actions. Tilly found her reading a book in their room. She was still wearing her bloodied shirt, the one that was stretched out by the collar. Her cut-up knuckles held the book in front of her face. Tilly dropped her backpack inside the doorway and asked about the injuries, but Audie couldn't remember where she'd gotten them from. The closet door was open, and that reminded Tilly of the red glow the night before. She also sees that the shrine is gone. The corner that it took up was cleared out, like it was never there. Tilly asked about that too, and Audie tells her that she threw it out when she got home. This gave Tilly tremendous relief, and for the next few hours, things started to feel like they were lightening up. The hostility that Audie had been walking around with, it seemed to have lifted, and she was acting like her old self again. They never shared a loving sisterly bond. Audie was just the right age difference to see Tilly as a pest, but recently, things felt extra strained, because she'd been so agitated with her drama at school. Tilly felt like she had to walk on eggshells around her, trying not to be the target of a snide remark. Audie's smile and the shrine being gone were so surprising that Tilly forgot to even ask her about the red glow again until later that night when they'd gotten into their beds. Tilly pretended to fall asleep, waiting to see if Audie would still perform her witchcraft rituals, but eventually, with no activity happening, she drifted off to sleep. It wasn't long, though, until she was woken up again. As Tilly's facing the wall, she thinks it was the sound of glass breaking that took her out of a dream. And then she hears what sounds like more glass splintering and falling out and shattering onto the concrete outside, along with another sound, one that she describes as peeling a ripe banana. It was a sloshy, tearing noise, along with the glass, that made her fully wake up into consciousness and roll over. In between their beds, they shared a small half-circle desk. Above that was a window. Audie climbed onto the tabletop on her knees and then pushed her head through the window's glass and began sawing through her own neck, back and forth. She was a quarter of the way through when Tilly started screaming to alert her parents. Their mom and dad ran in, and they turned on the lights, just as Audie's back and forth slowed to a stop, bleeding out before she could fully decapitate herself on the broken glass. Her body slouched forward, and their dad rushed forward to get a hold of her before she slid down further. Her blood was everywhere, inside their room, outside the window. There was nothing that paramedics could do when they got there. Tilly had been sprayed with blood as well. It'd gotten in her eyes, saturated her hair. It would take thousands of hours of scrubbing in the shower before the heinous sensation went away and she could feel clean again. In the following days, when the parents would go back into that bedroom, they'd find a 3-page letter that Audie wrote before ending her life. She said she made contact with an entity that became stronger than what she could control, like a tug of war. When she felt overpowered, this thing was able to take control of her. She wrote about the shrine that her parents knew nothing about. Tilly would explain it to them after Audie had declared it to be where it had manifested from. The parents would blame themselves for years and never know if there were signs they missed that indicated Audie's mental condition. From what I know, their great-grandmother spent the second half of her life tied to a radiator at the asylum. The dad took it the hardest because he knew that he should have taken her to the hospital right when he'd picked her up from school that day. But he was so mad about the whole situation, he had tunnel vision. My mom followed up by saying that she's up to date with her doctor visits and that she always has been, and she's always been very honest with her provider about anything that goes on in her brain. I do wonder if it's hereditary. Does that mean I'm at risk for having whatever my late aunt did? I blame 23andMe for causing such turmoil in mine and my family's life. Now I'm paranoid about every little thing. Is it a red flag that I'm soon about to go off the deep end, not even know that I've taken up the family curse? I'm a 25-year-old female with the stomach lining of a 50-year-old man. I didn't want to take the attention away from my mom when she told us the story, but I could feel an ulcer growing as she was telling me about this, thinking, God, is that my future? I'm concerned that recently reading things is making me paranoid. Maybe just, because it's on my mind. I believe I'm starting to feel the ailments. It's the Cold War, late 1950s. My paternal grandfather, Ivan, who'd recently obtained his membership into the labor union, is fired from his job manufacturing farm products for wholesale and trade. One day, the bosses pull him into their office. 2 local detectives are also standing in the room. The 4 men sit Ivan down and unlawfully interrogate him for hours before handing him his termination papers to sign. At this time, Congress had implemented sweeping investigations in order to catch any suspected communist spies in the government, or labor unions, the entertainment industry, and military forces. In part, as the tension grew between the 2 nations, the labor unions began terminating anyone who had ever belonged to, or had ever been sympathetic to, the Communist Party. Ivan Petrov was born an American citizen, but on paper he fit the description his management was told to get rid of. His parents immigrated to New York in 1909, just before the war started. Ivan was devastated. He'd break the news to my paternal grandmother, a woman named Kate, later that night. Kate would break the news that she's pregnant with my mother that night as well. Kate got to share her news first, which made Ivan feel all the worse when delivering his. The predicted due date became a timer for Ivan to get back on his feet, 6 months to find stable ground for him and his family. He starts working odd jobs in the city, staying out at all times of the night. After a month of this routine, he's made just enough for rent and groceries. Early into the next month, Ivan arrives home with a small Emerson radio. He'd spent $50 on it, which could be about $475 in today's money. This purchase depleted most of their savings, and Kate couldn't believe he'd wasted money on such a frivolous thing. But Ivan reassures her this radio will solve all their money problems. Now, along with odd jobs, Ivan would also stay up all night, clicking through the frequencies of the radio. Kate would wake up to see him sitting at the kitchen table with the radio pressed against his ear, occasionally scribbling down numbers onto a piece of paper laid out in front of him. When she'd ask what he was doing, Ivan told her that he could hear someone talking to him through the radio. He said they'd given him the final score of a minor league baseball game that takes place tomorrow. The radio told him to go to the betting hall and put everything he's got on the Brooklyn Dodgers against the Giants, with a score of 7-6. Kate begs Ivan not to go, but the next morning, he's gone before she wakes up. Their savings have been cleared out, the empty box that once held their future discarded next to the radio. He wouldn't return home until the next morning. When he walked through the door, Kate had fallen asleep on the couch. She's woken up with a large leather bag being tossed onto the carpet in front of her. It spills over, and a waterfall of cash slides out. Kate opens her eyes and sees over $10,000 spread across the floor. Ivan tells her he'd won the bet that was placed on the baseball game. Soon after that, they moved into a better part of town, a 3rd-floor condo with a room for the baby. Ivan continues doing odd jobs. Kate's 6 months pregnant. She finds him on another night sitting in the kitchen with the radio pressed against his ear. Same position, same frantic scribbling. This time, Ivan doesn't wait until morning. He doesn't see Kate watching him through the doorway as he proceeds to collect his coat and then exit by trying to close the door as quietly as possible. Kate waited until she heard Ivan leave the driveway before approaching the radio left on the table. She lifted it up and clicked it on. There was a buzz of noise before the station went quiet. She couldn't hear anything when she moved up and down the station ladder. Then Ivan came back inside to grab something he'd forgotten. When he saw Kate with the radio, he became enraged. Grabbing it from her hands, he threatened her with death if she ever touched the radio again. Kate had never seen this side of Ivan before. She cried and ran back into their bedroom, slamming the door. Shortly after her slam, Ivan would match its force on their front door when he left. When she came back out, the radio was gone. Another long 24 hours would pass before Ivan returned home. With him, another large sum of cash. When he sees Kate, she apologizes for touching the radio. He asks if she turned it on when she was holding it, and she says yes, and then asks if the voices talked to her. She said no, she couldn't hear anything. Ivan reminds her of his previous warning, then tells her to get dressed because they're going out to dinner. His glare makes her reserve the question that she has for another time. Kate got dressed, and they went to a fancy restaurant in Brighton Beach. Their interactions together don't feel normal anymore. 2 more months would pass with Ivan's schedule unchanged. Kate's 8 months pregnant now. One morning, after a particularly long stint away from home, Ivan comes in the door sweating, his eyes wide, darting in all directions. He looked like a madman running from window to window, closing all of the shades and curtains. Then he ran from room to room, turning off all the lights in the house. When Kate asks him what's wrong, he says that he's got people after him. He says the radio gave him a message, telling him everything about their plan. None of what he's saying makes any sense to Kate. She asks who. He said Truman's boys, then tells her they can't talk loud. Before she can ask another question, Ivan pushed the couches in front of the front door. Then he started taping newspaper to the window so no light would get in. When the living room was completely dark, Ivan and Kate would sit together on the floor behind the couch. He'd get up to retrieve a box from the closet that Kate hadn't noticed before. When he opened the box, what was inside made Kate's heart drop. Under some papers was a 9mm handgun. When he pulled it out, the box clinked around. A handful of extra bullets rolled around in the bottom of the cardboard, along with the already full clip he'd taken out of the gun to show Kate. Then he pops it back in, and he hands the gun to her. At first, she doesn't take it, but he shoves it at her, saying, "They know about you too. They'll probably want you dead too." Kate still doesn't take the gun, so he leaves it on the floor next to her, gets up, and goes over to the closet to get a second gun that he's had stashed in there. Seeing Ivan with a gun and having no clue what to expect next, Kate grabs the gun sitting next to her. He grabs the radio before coming back to sit next to her. Sitting in dark silence, Kate watches as Ivan presses the radio against his ear and pans up and down through the frequencies. A muffled car door shuts somewhere outside, and a dog starts barking. Ivan grabs his gun and drops the radio. Kate tries to reassure him that it's the neighbors. She reminds him that they have a dog. Ivan should know this information, but he stays back against the couch with his finger on the trigger. Hours would pass. When either of them would need to use the restroom, they'd have to crawl from the living room to the hallway before getting up. Kate is 8 months pregnant and struggling to stay on the ground all night, but Ivan tells her that she has to stay out of sight. Every time he reaches for the radio, Ivan looks at the clock, and every time he looks at the clock, he becomes more worried. Then, as Kate begins to drift off, her eyes are closed when she hears Ivan turn off the radio and set it on the floor next to him. He kisses her forehead, and she hears him get up. He's not crawling. She hears him walk into the baby's room near the entrance of the hallway. She hears Ivan tearing down the newspaper he'd put up earlier that day. Then she hears the wooden window frame shake and creak open. She could hear wind blowing in. After a moment, she hears a distant impact. That's when Kate gets up, runs into the baby's room. It's empty. Kate runs over to the open window and looks out to see Ivan, motionless on the sidewalk below. Investigators would rule Ivan's death as suicide. While looking for clues, they'd inspect the radio and find transmitters connected to the wiring inside. They'd also tell Kate that Ivan is a member of a small Soviet resistance group. Its members mostly made up of rich Russian immigrants with mob ties in New York and New Jersey. They were getting their orders from somewhere across the water while sending back government information they found. When Ivan was fired from his job, he was lost and angry. He'd met others that held his beliefs and similar situations at a bar that he'd visit. The visits became meetings, and Ivan got involved with a group who, at the time in our American history, didn't want peace. They were terroristic in their ideas of action and were slowly gathering members across the seas in America to stage an attack within. Kate had no idea that Ivan was part of this movement. They'd become strangers to each other in the relationship. This was a landslide that Kate couldn't climb back from. With her life in ruins and a baby on the way, Kate moved back in with her parents. She'd give birth to my mother in December and give her up for adoption. But not before writing this story out to my grandparents, Mom's adoptive parents, before they took her home to Virginia. When I was a teenager, my family moved into a large Victorian-style house in Beaver, Pennsylvania. If you've never heard of it, I'm not surprised. Quaint little historical township with a population of less than 5,000. Our family moved there specifically for my mom's work with the Beaver Area Heritage Foundation. At the time, it was one of the few jobs where she could build her own hours, split time between working from home and occasionally going into work for board meetings or something specific. This sort of meant everything to my mom at the time. My little sister was just 3 and not yet in school, and she always hated that she had to work nonstop at the historical museum when I was growing up. But that's just where they were at the time, my parents and their money. But now, she had this opportunity. So, the house. In 2010-ish, my mom was perusing the internet looking at various houses in the Beaver area. She landed on something relatively close to the super historical district. I caught a glimpse of this beauty on my mom's computer and practically squealed in excitement while asking if that's where we were going to live. She was enthusiastic, saying she and my dad were going to look at it that afternoon. Unfortunately, I'd be at school, so it was a no-go for me. I told my mom that she better buy that beautiful house. The next time we spoke, that's exactly what happened. From the outside, from the photos, I'll admit, the home was incredibly dreamy. It was and still is the biggest place I've ever lived in. But I was a bit thrown off living directly across the street from a history museum. I guess there were worse things to look at, I reasoned. But for me, the dream factor wore off relatively quickly. It should have been great. And sometimes, especially towards the end of my time there, it was. But not always. And those times made it hard to imagine anything would be normal in that house. Cut to the moment where we all see the home together. I was impressed. It held up to my expectations from the outside. But the moment we crossed the threshold from outside to inside, I wondered why it felt so dark. Part of me was expecting to see beautifully painted walls or ones filled with colorful wallpaper. It was clear the photos had slightly exaggerated or had somehow let in a lot more light. The whole ride here, my mom was beaming, totally excited, especially to show my sister and I the house and our rooms. So, I tried to be happy and excited, anything but a bratty teen at that moment. But I guess I failed since my mom asked me, "What's wrong? You don't like this beautiful home?" "Well, just wait till you see your room." She smiled, and I returned the smile. I picked up my little sister and excitedly told her that we were going to go see our rooms. Immediately, I could tell which room my mom wanted for me, the one that I wanted for me. Large bay window, tall white wooden shutters, rose-colored wallpaper, and a gold accent wall. I was already envisioning what it could look like with my special touch. Thankfully, I didn't feel this dark feeling in my room. I chalked up the initial feeling to just being naive, thinking that a home would look exactly like highly edited photos online, ones taken in a way that make the home look exactly like a dream. The house was fine, I concluded. Satisfied, I took my little sister to her room. It was much smaller and sat right next to mine. My sister couldn't care less about going into her room. She preferred to stay in my room. I walked into her room, and again, The moment I crossed the threshold into that room, I felt this dark, palpable heaviness. She also had rose-colored walls, a large window letting in lots of light, but I didn't like that despite all of this, it felt shady. But as a teenager, I dismissed that feeling pretty quickly and went back to my room. But it wasn't long after moving in that my little sister was running to my room, crying, struggling to breathe, shaking me awake. It was the dead of night. I could barely see her face, but I could hear her, and I instantly grabbed her into the bed and asked her what was wrong. She told me someone's in her room. I maybe should have been alarmed, but I wasn't at first. I made her calm down. I asked her to tell me about her dream, but she swore it wasn't a nightmare. She cried that she was sleeping, but he woke her up. Suddenly, it dawns on me that we are in a new house, and it's entirely possible someone's in her room. I grabbed my sister and quietly ran to my parents' room to wake them up. I was talking in almost a whisper as I told my parents what was going on. Now, we were all freaked out, but my dad grabs his gun and tells us to stay inside the room. While my mom's hugging my sister, she says quietly that she doesn't think Daddy's gun is going to help. That's when we learned that the man in my sister's room was really a large, dark shadow of a man. Describing him, she said he was see-through. I looked at my mom like, right, bad dream. My dad comes back in the room soon after and declares that no one's in the room, or any of the rooms for that matter. All the doors and windows are locked. So we all put my sister back to bed, my bed for the record, and then I was silently blamed in the hallway for exposing my sister to scary movies, causing her to have nightmares. For a moment, I decided that I was going to sleep in my sister's bedroom. If she was going to take my room, I was going to take hers. And that's when I remembered the feeling, not before, but as soon as I crossed that threshold. Heaviness. I instantly felt for my little sister. Sure, there was no shadow people in here, but why did it feel so weird in this room? Surely she had to feel that too. And my parents? I don't know. But I went back to my room, and I slept through the night. However, that sleeping through the night thing would become rare. I'd end up switching rooms with my little sister. Well, almost. I didn't want to. She was clearly so disturbed, though, and spending more time in my bedroom anyway, it just made sense. My parents incentivized the deal by giving me permission to drive their car on the weekends. But after seeing how excited my sister was to move rooms, I was practically sold anyway. But I allowed them to bribe me. During the move, my dad said that he kept hearing something interesting. Then, my mom, too. Scratching noises all throughout the room. My dad says that he needs to work on eliminating any possible pests before they make the move. At first I was so confused, like, what kinds of pests? Rats? Bugs? Maybe it's just the sound of you moving around. I don't want to move into an infested room, though. Then he tells me that he's heard these in the walls before. While he was installing my sister's bed, when we moved in, he thought he'd heard scratching in the walls. He searched around, but he didn't find any sign of actual pests. No feces, nothing suspicious in the basement or the attic. But he tells me that he never officially checked the walls, and that it could be something messing with the electrical in that room. Over the next few months, things got strange. I was back to sharing a room with my little sister, but that wasn't the strange part. My dad had various people in and out for the inspections, and eventually he decided that he wanted to replace the drywall in that room. He was still hearing the scratching, my mom too. So construction on my new room started, and during that time, things got even worse. Even the nights where we weren't talking about experiencing things, we all were. Now, what my parents heard was scratching. I heard whispering. There were multiple nights when I would be awake, assuming that I was the last one up in the house. But then I'd hear this whispering coming from the other side of the wall. I would press my ear against the wall just to confirm what I was hearing. I'd be so sure that it was my parents having some sort of hushed discussion, so I'd get up and I'd go to my new room, figure out what they're saying. But they wouldn't be there. I'd walk into the room and hear absolutely nothing, and see absolutely nothing. Then I'd walk to my parents' bedroom door. I'd place my ear against their door. Silence. This happened multiple times, but I started to realize it only happened after 12 a.m., so for the first time in my life, I developed a bedtime. At 10 o'clock every night, I would will myself to sleep. This worked for a minute, maybe a week or even 2 weeks, but eventually it started again. I'd find myself drawn to that room a lot over this period of time. Basically, I wasn't sleeping. My sister, however, seemed to be sleeping like a baby. Then, about a month, maybe less, into the deconstruction of that room, the contractors find something in the walls. Bones, bird bones, squirrel bones, snake skins, the whole lot. But naturally, the most unsettling thing they found, and why they ultimately had to stop construction, were the human remains. Over the next several weeks, the scene had to be preserved, and it was recommended that we stay in a hotel, so that's what we did. We crammed into a hotel while crews worked to remove the remains from our house. My mom was technically thrilled because she thought that she might get wind of the situation, given her job. Possibly they were the remains of a historical figure. She was partially right. She was involved in the process months later of having the skull donated to the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia, which is known for its extensive collection of medical oddities, including a collection of over 130 human skulls. So at the time, and maybe to this day, the remains were not officially identified. But they are, to the best of my knowledge, all being preserved, in addition to the skull at the museum. Also, my parents do in fact still own this house. It did in fact not sit well with me at first, but I continued to grow up there, and so did my little sister, for much longer. But we didn't have any of those experiences, no more oddities in the house. So, who knows? Maybe our house was haunted for a minute. Maybe it was infested by animals that got scared away. Or maybe it was all in our heads. But you can't deny the bones. Basically, anyone you tell this story to is going to come up with their own theories anyway. So, thanks for reading. Over the years, I've heard a lot of ghost stories. Stories about people using Ouija boards. My friend talked to me just recently about his haunted basement, which I'll have to follow up with you on. But for now, this is my ghost story. Though I'm not entirely sure it was a ghost, but you tell me. It's the only thing I've ever experienced, and I'm grateful I experienced it with friends eventually. It's nice to know you're not crazy, even if you're 12. No one wants to lose their mind. So far, me and my friends are some of the only ones I've met who have experienced a haunted treehouse. Though the older I've gotten, the more I've come to terms with the fact that maybe it wasn't the treehouse itself. Maybe it was the woods. Our houses all sat along these woods in Central Oregon. My house the furthest into the neighborhood, at the end of the dead end. This means I had woods lining my backyard, but also had them alongside my house on the far side. When I was much younger, my dad learned that our property actually extended into those woods. However, we were unable to establish any plumbing or electrical, so adding onto our home wasn't really an option. Instead, my dad decided to build a pretty state-of-the-art treehouse, one that we used to all enjoy together as a family, until it became a spot exclusively for me and my friends. The first time I ever stayed out there alone, I didn't like it. In fact, I ended up back inside almost as soon as my parents were asleep. I was, for all intents and purposes, afraid. I disguised this by having friends with me most of the times that I was out there after dark. After all, the treehouse had always held positive memories. I was sure that I was just being a baby about being alone. I think I was around 11 or 12 when I decided to try sleeping out there alone again. My parents were painting my room, and since they didn't know I was afraid of the treehouse alone at night, they suggested I sleep out there. It was summer after all. For the night, I brought a little battery-powered radio out there, doubled up on blankets, and kept a walkie-talkie with me. The other receivers belonged to my two friends who were also neighbors. So I just wanted the walkie-talkie for reinforcements, I guess. While I was out there, I remember telling myself I wasn't tired and that's why I couldn't fall asleep. But even as my eyes felt heavy and started to close, I found myself forcing myself awake to avoid falling asleep out there. But eventually, nature took over. I'm only human after all, so I fell asleep. Not for long, or maybe it was. The one thing about being out there is I didn't have a way to tell the time. Anyway, I woke up to what I thought was my walkie-talkie going off. It startled me, and I fumbled for the receiver to silence the sort of piercing noise it was producing. I realized it was actually my radio making that noise. I turned it off before I even had a moment to think about how strange that was. I knew I had turned that off. In fact, I was sure I'd turned it off, batteries and all. When it turned on the first time, the radio was just producing static, like it was between actual functioning stations. But then it turned on again, only this time it sounded as though it was skipping through channels. I hadn't laid back down yet, so the radio was just within my grasp. Instead of grabbing it, I found myself sort of leaning forward. I wanted to see if the little red dial was moving, and it was indeed moving. The knob, however, was stationary. As a child, I remember thinking, what kind of magic is this? Yet there was this other part of me that wasn't so much amazed as it was afraid. I wanted to turn the thing off, but I didn't want to touch it. Then, I felt something. The treehouse itself started to vibrate. I had no idea how, but it sure was. The radio kept doing its thing. It tipped over, but it didn't turn off. I'd never wanted to go inside so much. Everything inside of me was dedicated to the cause of making it to my house. At first, I was worried about moving while everything was vibrating, but it started to almost hurt. It was that powerful. When I went to climb down the ladder, I realized it was nearly impossible to grab onto the wood planks. The vibration was so strong, it's like my hands couldn't even grip the wood. The radio was almost silent in comparison to the buzzing sound that completely consumed me. If I hadn't been conscious of it, if I didn't move at all, I would have thought that for sure I was having some sort of seizure. After several moments, it stopped. Everything did. The radio was silent, the treehouse was no longer vibrating, so I wasted no time running back inside the house. I didn't think that I would sleep much that night, but I felt a world of difference being in my own bed, and I passed out. I didn't really spend much time out there alone after that incident. The treehouse actually gathered dust for a while, and my dad contemplated tearing it down. However, when I was around 15, I decided that the treehouse was absolute gold. No way I could give it up. Instead, my dad helped me run some extension cables and cords from the treehouse to the house. This gave me a little makeshift electricity while out there. That summer, it was equipped with a mini fridge, a small TV, and a Nintendo GameCube. It became the chill spot for a while, at least our entire freshman year. But I still, on the low, hated sleeping out there. I always found an excuse for us to go inside. One night, that didn't really work. My friends Riley and Jason were basically giving me a hard time, saying that they weren't done playing video games, and after a few more excuses, they just straight up said that they were too lazy to go inside, that it was too hot in there. So I caved and just said, fuck it, it's one night. I knew better, but you know how peer pressure is. Plus, I was technically their host. Was I just gonna leave them out there? I decided my best bet was probably just to fall asleep before they did. The sound of Mario Kart in the background was almost soothing, but I was jerked awake. It felt exactly like when you're between sleep and suddenly you feel like you're falling. My stomach dropped. Then, the vibration started. Only this time I wasn't alone. My friends were both wide awake, and from the looks of it, they were still playing video games. because the TV was on. It, along with everything else in the treehouse, was moving slightly. It felt identical to what I experienced as a child, and I hated it. I never heard Riley scream before, not that I could recall. To the sound, it almost didn't register, and it was so drowned out by the other noise. But I saw his face. He was horrified. I watched as he grabbed onto the wood framing and quickly let go, realizing it was impossible to grip. I tried to say out loud to just sit still. It will only be a couple minutes. You just couldn't really hear what I was saying. So I sat there, covering my ears, hoping they would do the same, and they did. Then, just like the first time, it all stopped. The TV was off and the vibration was no longer present. Riley went straight for the ladder. Jason followed close behind. I took my time leaving, though. I had no idea what I was looking for, but I just felt like I was going to experience something. Another thing I still can't explain. Then, on my way down the ladder, it happens again. Mid-ladder, the vibration causes my hands to lose their grip on the wood, and I fall backwards. Luckily, my friends were already off the ladder by this point. Instead of crushing them, I just fell straight on my back, knocking the wind out of myself. On the ground, I couldn't feel any vibration, but it sounded like an extreme windstorm was making its way through the woods, only there was no wind. After my friends helped me up, I was able to catch my breath and follow them inside. We were far too jumpy to be quiet or even consider what time it was. Jason looked me dead in the eyes, and I'll never forget. He looked at me and said, "I saw something out there. Something big." He was serious, real serious, but he said he couldn't explain. Riley asked me what that was. Why was the treehouse shaking like that, and what the fuck was up with the TV? By this time, my parents came down and were asking us what the heck was going on. Why were we yelling and running around? I wasn't even going to launch into the story, but Jason and Riley did it for me, telling my parents something was outside. Something was shaking the tree and messing with the TV. They swore up and down that they turned off the TV. My parents, well, they just looked tired. Honestly, their lack of enthusiasm made what we experienced seem like nothing, but they weren't there. Essentially, we were told to keep it down and to either set up in the living room or my room. We opted for the living room. Nothing else happened, but by the time I woke up, both of my friends were gone. I called them later that weekend asking where they had gone. They both told me they couldn't sleep. They waited for sunrise and they walked home. They also said that they saw the TV turn on again. They could see a light glowing inside the treehouse from the living room. It shouldn't have been possible, since one of the things my dad did when we woke him up was unplug everything from the house. It shouldn't have even had power. So that was officially the last time I stayed the night up there. Well, it was the last time anyone stayed the night up there. My dad tore it down before senior year. I just have to know, has anyone else experienced something like this? In the woods or in their house? Anywhere? What was it? When I've been asked about the strangest job I've ever had, no one's expecting the story to be what it is. Maybe a bad boss, a toxic workplace. They never expect the one that actually kept me up at night. The job I couldn't quit, even though I knew deep down I was sharing those walls with something impossible. It was 1993, a year when the job market had swallowed itself whole in our corner of Massachusetts. I was 22, freshly laid off from a factory job in Leominster, and staring at a stack of bills that looked more like a retaining wall than envelopes. That's when I ended up at the Route 12 Motor Court, about a 30-minute drive outside of Fitchburg. It wasn't a motel exactly, it was a blight. 2 U-shaped buildings of crumbling vinyl siding and permanently stained carpeting, run by a man named Duffy. Old Man Duffy, everyone called him. Crusty, perpetually smelling of cigar smoke and regret. The deal was simple. Minimum wage for the night desk shift, plus a tiny, free employee efficiency apartment tacked into the main office. I needed the free rent more than I needed to breathe. The apartment was a shoebox, but the location was the real problem. The back wall of my bedroom was shared with room 106. On my first night, Duffy made a point of nodding toward the wall as he handed me the emergency keyring. Room 106 is sealed, kid. Structural issues, used for storage, but we never open it. Hasn't seen a paying customer since '82, so leave it be. I didn't care. I was too busy calculating how many double shift weeks it would take to clear my debt. The motel's weirdness to me was the peeling wallpaper and the sound of the highway hum. Nothing supernatural, just plain depressing. I was a skeptic by nature, too pragmatic and broke to believe in ghosts. The tapping started 3 weeks into the job. It was faint, just a rhythmic thumb tap against the drywall, right where my headboard sat. It always started around 2 a.m., after the last late check-in had shuffled off and the old boiler had settled into its grumbling cycle. I tried to rationalize it. Rats, probably, I thought. The Route 12 motor court had plenty of those. I'd pound on the wall and the tapping would stop for 5 minutes and then start again, slow and persistent-like, as if someone were trying to get my attention using Morse code that they didn't quite remember. I checked the exterior window of room 106. It was dark, heavily draped, had been painted over along the sill, cementing Duffy's claim that it was sealed. I mentioned it to Duffy once. He disgrunted, "It's the pipes, Ian. Ignore it." But the pipes didn't whisper. I remember one night it was snowing, and the tapping had stopped. I was almost relieved until it was replaced by a sound that made my skin crawl. Muffled voices. Low, stressed, and indistinct, like listening to an argument through a thick brick wall, except my wall was just flimsy drywall. It sounded like two people, maybe a man and a woman. The tone was desperate, rising and falling, sharp, choked bursts. I threw off my blanket and put my ear to the wall. I heard pressure, pain, and a chaotic, unsettling energy, but I couldn't make out a single word, just that the intent was clear: distress. I sprang up, grabbing the employee master key, fully intending to swing open room 106 to confront whatever manager or idiot guest had decided to break the seal and stash themselves in the utility room. But when I got to the door, I paused. The deadbolt looked untouched. Decades of rust on the exterior plate. Even if someone had broken in, where was the sound coming from now? Standing directly outside the door, the sound was actually fainter than it had been through my bedroom wall. I retreated, baffled and increasingly nauseous. I knew how sound traveled. I knew a human voice when I heard one. There was no one in that room. The thought was heavy, physical. The air in my apartment felt cold and different, suddenly smelling less like old coffee and more like stale cigarette smoke, even though I didn't smoke. I couldn't leave, though. Quitting meant losing my apartment and the only paycheck I had. The fear for me was entirely secondary to the economic anxiety. The impossible phenomena from room 106 became another unwelcome roommate. Something I had to endure along with the leaky faucet and the broken thermostat. I became adept at blocking it out, trying to focus on balancing the ledger, but sometimes a clear word would cut through the din. And one night around 3:30 a.m., I was half dozing in the chair when the whispering spiked. I shot up, listening intently, and for a split second, I heard a clear, ragged male voice. It uttered a single chilling syllable. "Brenda." It sounded like a scream swallowed by water. Then silence. Absolute, crushing silence. I knew then it wasn't rats or the pipes or managers. It was a loop, a sound clip from the past playing on a frequency only the drywall could pick up, or only I could hear. That, or I was losing my mind. It was a residual haunting, though. This desperate, echoing energy of a moment of crisis trapped in that dilapidated box of a room. It's possible, isn't it? I finally cornered Duffy the next morning, my eyes red from the lack of sleep. Duffy, what happened in room 106? Can you just tell me? He looked tired, older than his 60 years, and for once he wasn't looking at the ledger. It was years ago, kid. A domestic thing. Bad time. Bad woman. Brenda, I think. Never mind. Just forget it. It's the past. Let it be. We don't go in there. And kid, just ignore it. You're getting a good deal here. I tried. I really did. I just lived with the sounds for the next 2 months, trying to keep the image of whatever happened over there out of my head as I rang up truck drivers and salesmen. But one night, it ended. Not the noises, the job. A building inspector finally roused from their long slumber, condemned the entire office structure due to years of systemic neglect, a collapsing foundation, and a failure to address a major water main break. Duffy was given 48 hours to vacate and seal the buildings permanently. Which means, so did I. As I packed my last box of cheap novels, Duffy was standing guard in the hallway looking lost. I had to know. I pointed at the locked door of room 106. Since you're sealing everything forever, can I just look? Just once? Duffy hesitated, but then he unlocked the heavy deadbolt. The door creaked open, smelling musty and unused. It definitely wasn't a storage room. It was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, just dust. I walked to the shared wall where I had heard the muffled cries, where I'd heard everything. And there it was, a large, ugly scorch mark low on the wall, as if someone had been pushed up against it, held there until it burned. I didn't touch anything or examine it further. It was so eerie, I decided to leave. Duffy cut my last check and I hit the road. I lived out of my car for a while, but eventually settled down, and any place I went after that was comparably better. All better than sleeping next to an empty room that was screaming at night. Does a single act of rage make you an evil person? The prosecutor objected, and a lawyer with silver hair paced back and forth in front of the witness stand as he thought about how to rephrase his ambiguous question. He was one of the best money could buy, with an intimidating presence that was only clarified the moment he opened his mouth. It was a prime example of how money plays such a big role in deciding the outcome in our justice system. The jury only needs reasonable doubt to throw the case, even if all the evidence clearly points in one direction. When he stopped in front of the stand again, he asked, "Do you believe my client is capable of offending again?" Yes, we were all friends, but I didn't know Aiden like my husband Nathan did. He was asked the same question when it was his turn to get grilled on the witness stand. Nathan's opinion of Aiden would be held in higher regard and impact the jury's verdict far more than my testimony. They were work buddies and spent nearly every day around each other at the office. Could this be enough to make a decision if Aiden was capable of murder? There had only been a handful of events that we all spent together as couples before the Florida trip. and I personally never saw anything that made me raise my eyebrows. Cora was a lovely woman on all accounts, and a wonderful hostess when we'd visit. They weren't big drinkers, neither were we, but there were a few times that we finished more than one bottle together. They were a delight to be around, and looked to be best friends. We wouldn't have even considered such a big trip with them, believing otherwise. But when Aiden invited us to go island hopping in the Florida Keys, we were excited to go. It was planned to be a 5-day trip. Aiden rented a 32-foot Catalina sailboat that held the 4 of us comfortably. Our first day we all met in Key Largo. Aiden and Cora took a later flight than us, so while we waited, Nathan and I took time to get lunch and explore the town. It was a little after 2 when we all got together. We spent the next couple of hours loading provisions and luggage onto the sailboat, and then we spent the rest of the day reef snorkeling, drinking, and chain smoking. Not all at the same time. The drinking and smoking came after the snorkeling. The first night felt like the beginning to a picturesque vacation. We were all excited for the days to come. The next day, Aiden got us all the way to Marathon, and that night we anchored near the Molasses Keys, and we felt our first taste of true isolation. No more glow of nearby towns on the horizon. I didn't know how much the distant light gave me a sense of ease. Not like I would have been able to swim there if an emergency were to occur. It was more the assurance that the world still existed. It's probably just my brain, but it's why I enjoy listening to the traffic update on the radio. I can't be sure that the news portion I hear isn't on a pre-recorded loop, but the traffic update is live, telling me the world's still spinning. The open water prides itself on humbling a human significance in the world. I'd never been so far from civilization, and as much as I tried to ignore the encroaching pit I had, no amount of music, laughter, or drinking could let me fully relax. As well as being a skilled sailor, Aiden was also well-traveled when it came to mixing drinks. I'd hardly drank enough to feel as woozy as I did that night, whether it be the motion of the ocean or the fact that it had been years since I'd partied multiple days in a row like that. I was the first to call it a night. Nathan joined me soon after. In Nathan's statement, he said that Aiden and Cora were slow dancing and having their own little moment at the front of the boat. He felt like a third wheel just standing out there watching them, so joined me down inside the boat. The next morning, Nathan and I were woken up when we heard Aiden running around the boat in an absolute panic. Nathan ran up first, and Aiden started immediately directing him step by step how to assist him with the sail, and he jumped into action. As I sat up, I realized I was the only one still in the sleeping area. All of the other beds were empty. I quickly got dressed, found my shoes, and went to join everyone on the deck. Both men looked like they had their hands full tossing ropes around a thing and doing whatever they were doing to secure it to the mast. It was clear that something bad had happened during the time I'd been sleeping and woken up again. Aiden had long serrated gashes that stretched down his face and bare chest, as if he'd walked through a glass window. I glanced around to see if I could find any broken glass lying around, but as I scanned, all I saw was more blood, footprints, handprints on the wood and walls of the sailboat. It looked like the splashing waves of the ocean had washed most of it off, but the water that stayed behind, puddled in a murky pink swirl of seawater and blood, gathered at the rough textured floor. That's also when I noticed Cora wasn't up on the deck with us. I went down below again to make sure I didn't miss her, sleeping in a weird area. But she was nowhere to be found. From above, I can hear Aiden shout about how the anchor on the sailboat hadn't fastened onto anything. Or whatever it had stuck to broke because it dragged on the ocean floor and let our sailboat drift for an unknown distance, off course. He looked physically drained and battered from trying to wrangle the sails down by himself before Nathan jumped in. I described Aiden's demeanor as genuine to the court. Tears poured down his cheeks when he told us that he couldn't find Cora when he woke up, and he feared that she fell overboard after they passed out. Aiden woke up again when the anchor tugged on something from below and shook the boat. That's when he discovered Cora to be missing and the anchor mishap, all at the same time. It took us a while to get him settled down enough to make a plan. Aiden was the only one who knew how to read the information on the equipment, but watching him touch the buttons and squint at the screen resembled a student slowly reading the question to a test they hadn't studied for, rather than the confident captain we'd set sail with. Suddenly, Aiden wasn't sure what anything meant. He didn't give us details on why the instruments were malfunctioning, but he opted to only use a compass to get us back to the keys. The only problem with that was depending on how far we drifted in the 5 or 6 hours we'd been asleep. We ran the risk of overshooting them, getting ourselves more stranded in the Gulf. Without a radio transmitter or radar working, we had no choice but to trust Aiden when he told us this way was our only real option. Our acceleration was based purely off of wind and long drafts of a current that were few and far between. The sun went up and down around us 2 more times before we'd see buildings silhouetted in the horizon as the sun set for the second round. The next morning, as it rose again above our shoulders, the windows shined like distant crystals. Aiden managed to stay awake the whole time, and the fatigue had taken its toll on his mental health. The lawyer with silver hair made that a focal point to the defense when they addressed the other recorded statements that Nathan and I made to the cops when we got to shore. Both he and I saw Aiden have bouts of manic delusions where he'd shout and curse at the water. He said, "Can't you see? Cora's following the boat." He said that he couldn't stop seeing her trailing in the wake behind the boat. His cries would turn from banishing her spirit away to deep, sorrowful apologies. Under oath, I swore I heard Aiden beg her for forgiveness and to stop haunting him. Nathan told the jury that Aiden admitted to, quote, doing something really bad to Cora, but never specified as to what he meant. He'd deny ever saying such things. When the sailboat made it to shore, we'd landed on the coast of the Boca Chica Beach Park. When the boat got close enough to the shore, Nathan jumped off the side and swam the rest of the way to get help. There was a helicopter search conducted, but nothing of Cora's was ever recovered. Aiden was detained right off the boat, but wasn't held for long. He pled not guilty and was able to beat the case. Nathan and Aiden never spoke again outside of the courtroom. They avoided each other at work until Aiden left the company. So, does a single act of rage make you an evil person? I think there was already an evil inside, if it was that easy for him to act on it in such a Machiavellian, premeditated way. I had a babysitter in elementary school whose house I really loved. She was an older woman, Eleanor, and her house always smelled like cookies, and she always had cartoons on. But the best part was her dog, a Shih Tzu named Huckleberry, a.k.a. Barry. He loved to watch cartoons with me and followed me around like my best bud. Sometimes I would give him just the tiniest of snacks from my snack plate. Maybe that's why he loved me so much. Anyway, it wasn't often that I would stay the night at Eleanor's, but depending what Mom's work schedule was like, it would happen. Normally, Eleanor would let me fall asleep in front of the TV on the couch, and she would watch from her chair. At some point, she'd turn the TV off and retreat to her room. Even at home, I'd usually wake up at some point in the night having to use the bathroom. This is because I used to have to drink a cup of milk and a cup of water before bed. Like, I had to. call it OCD or whatever. At our house, it was a quick jump to the bathroom since it was in my room. My mom had also strategically set up a bunch of nightlights, so there weren't really any dark paths. What Eleanor's house was missing were lights. She didn't know I was afraid of the dark, and honestly, until her house, I don't think I was. Waking up alone to a quiet, dark house, it felt unsettling. But I wasn't totally alone. I had Barry. He always made it seem not so bad. Thankfully, she also left her hallway light on, which is where the bathroom was. Once we had passed through the living room, it wasn't so bad. I'd enter the lit hallway, turn on the bathroom light as quickly as possible, close the door, do my thing, wash up, and be done. Normally, that's when Barry and I would make our way back to the couch and pass out once more. My next memory would be my mom waking me up, telling me it's time to go. Pretty basic stuff. Only there was one time where things were less than basic. It did only happen once, though. I don't think that makes what happened less real. I woke up as I normally do, only this time I didn't have to pee. So why was I awake? I looked around and everything seemed normal. TV was off. Eleanor had gone off to bed, but I couldn't see Barry. He wasn't right next to me, like always. I remember being hesitant to leave the safety of the couch, and likely would have just fallen back asleep if I didn't hear it. The ever so faint sound of Barry's whining or crying. It's cute and soft, even when you're directly in his presence. So I almost didn't hear it. But through the quiet of the house, I heard him, far away. I remember thinking that he must be in Eleanor's room and the door shut. I didn't like the idea of him being sad or needing out, but I knew that I shouldn't go opening her door. She could have him in there for a reason. Still, it was hard to fall asleep, so I decided I'd go to the bathroom after all. I got up and made my way quickly through the living room, into the bathroom, turning the light on immediately. This time, I was tempted to close the door, but I left it open. Before I could even start doing my thing, I realized Barry sounded a lot closer now. But how was that possible? Eleanor's room was on the other side of the house. Over on the side that I was, it was just the bathroom and the laundry room. The laundry room door was usually propped open with this brick thing that Eleanor had painted. But I stepped outside the bathroom, and sure enough, I was hearing Barry inside the laundry room, and the door was shut. The brick, I noticed it was sitting against the wall, almost as though it had been tossed down the hallway. Barry ran out as soon as I opened the door, but he didn't leave. He just stood right next to me and continued sort of whining. I put the brick back in its place, and stepping back, I noticed it held the door open just fine, per usual. I picked Barry up, and instead of going to the bathroom at that moment, I just decided to run back to the couch, not even turning off the bathroom light. I remember jumping onto that couch so quickly that alone gave me an adrenaline rush. Something about Barry being locked in there, it didn't feel good. He didn't seem eager to leave the sanctuary of the couch either, until he did. Suddenly, all the way to the other side of the couch. Only he wasn't whining anymore. He was growling. A pitiful, small growl, but a growl nonetheless. I didn't move. I just let myself believe that Barry was hearing things outside like dogs do. He probably did most of this stuff all the time, and I was usually just sleeping through it. Then I jumped, almost to a full standing position, before quickly throwing myself back onto the couch. Barry right next to me, shaking. The TV had just turned on, by itself. It was an old TV, the kind where you could control everything on the TV itself. But there was a VHS player attached to this one, and that had a remote that could also control the TV and the player. That remote was always sitting on Eleanor's little TV tray next to her chair. I looked over. There it was, untouched. Except something had to have been touched. the TV, or the remote. I sat on the couch with Barry, both of us shaking now. It felt like I wasn't able to catch my breath for a moment. I was so scared. It was like I was forgetting basic functions. I don't know how long I contemplated turning the TV off myself, but before I could act on impulse, the TV turned itself off. Immediately followed by the sound of a door slamming from clear down the hallway, along with another noise. It was what I assume was the brick hitting the trim of the wall in the hallway. At this time, I didn't even jump, only froze. But Barry, he hopped off the couch and ran straight toward the sound. He didn't leave the living room, but I turned to see that he was facing the hallway, just barking. I thought for sure Eleanor was going to wake up and even considered waking her up, only everything stopped just moments after it had started. Barry did his growling and his barking for a few more moments, but eventually seemed satisfied. He came back to the couch, hopping up, looking at me, curious maybe as to why I was still up. I had to use the bathroom, of course. The house was seemingly back to normal, but there was no way I was going to make that trip again. Not with whatever was going on down there. I took one more look down toward the hallway, sure that I was going to see some horrific creature or human intruder. I didn't see that, but I could tell from where I was that something had turned off the bathroom light. And that's when I knew for sure I wasn't going back there. I laid down with my protector and toughed it out until eventually I fell asleep. I'd be woken up in a much more normal way this time, my mom telling me it was time to go. I still really had to use the bathroom, but I remember holding it all the way until I got home, which luckily was less than 5 minutes away. I'd never been so happy to see my own bathroom, my own room. After that, I expected things to happen every time I went to Eleanor's house overnight. But like I said, that was the only experience I ever had. I will say, I didn't particularly like that laundry room. It didn't have any windows in it. It always felt dim and stuffy, like it was meant to be a closet more than a laundry room. Everywhere else was bright and felt inviting, but not there. And I didn't like the door being open either, so maybe whatever was doing all of that, if it was a spirit, maybe they just agreed with me. I don't know. I told myself weird stuff as a kid to make me less afraid, but the truth is I have no idea what happened there that night, outside of what I've explained here. And I know I probably never will, but that doesn't mean I don't want to hear others' theories on the whole thing, so please tell me, what do you think this was? As part of a history project in college, we were tasked with exploring a piece of our own family history, specifically connecting with information from those no longer with us. We were told that we could have as little or as much information as possible on the person or the piece of history, but it was our job to create a historically accurate yet compelling story. My family is huge. I don't know a lot of them, but my mom is one of those that keeps up on what everyone is doing all the time, and she's part of those ancestry websites. So all I had to do was ask her, and I knew that she'd lead me down the most interesting path. My great-grand-uncle Charlie was a Catholic priest, one who participated in exorcisms nonetheless. I never personally had the chance to meet him, and he died in the late 90s. But my mom always spoke very fondly of him and kept a lot of his things. She says he was a man of a million stories. Apparently on the side, he was a bit of a self-proclaimed author. One of his short stories was actually published in a local magazine in Minnesota back in 1981. I'm sure it was great, but personally, I never read that one. Amongst the various articles, notebooks, cool photos, I was most interested in his personal notebooks. These were writings he'd never published, things he'd experienced in his lifetime as a priest and just in life in general. I found several intriguing stories, and at first it was hard to just focus on one thing, Next thing I knew, I'd already gone through one of his notebooks in its entirety. He wrote lots about his earlier days, and I found these to be some of his most interesting. I'm choosing to share this one with you all because it gave me full body chills. The entry is from 1989, but he talks of a time before that. It's the story of his second exorcism. January 1st, 1989. This evening, while processing the passing of Bishop McHale, I was reminded of a case from my younger days as a priest. I encountered extraordinary yet terrifying events often, but it was this one that forever altered the course of my future with the church. It was a somber evening, much like tonight, when the news reached me. Bishop McHale came to the Archbishop and myself, carrying stories of a young woman plagued by a demonic possession. Shortly after Bishop McHale finished reciting the various ailments which had been reported to him, Archbishop McCallum granted permission for us to move forward. With a heavy heart, I embarked upon the solemn duty of performing an exorcism. It was new for me. It was only my second one, but I was honored, ready, and I was not alone after all. There was Bishop McHale, but there was also the Heavenly Father, too. That's what you can never forget, never lose sight of. Arriving at the family's humble abode, I was struck that it wasn't so far away from my own. I could sense a palpable darkness hanging in the air where the afflicted woman resided. The family was desperate for salvation. This was obvious at once as they greeted us with a mix of trepidation and high hopes. They guided us to the room where the young woman lay. My first observations of the woman were that her eyes were vacant, almost blackened, and her body was contorted in unnatural ways. Compassion and fear intertwined within me. The woman was restrained, gently but still. The ties on the pieces of satin were secure. The family feared the young woman, but loved her greatly. The room became even more tense upon the arrival of Bishop McHale and myself, so we began the ancient ritual of exorcism almost immediately. Not long after we started, the room was filled with prayers, the scent of incense, and the flickering light of the candles. I recall their glow casting eerie shadows on the walls, shadows which couldn't compare to the real evil inside the room. The demon within the woman fought vehemently, its presence becoming increasingly malevolent with each passing moment. The woman writhed and convulsed, her voice transforming into an otherworldly growl before once again mimicking the cries of a natural woman. For a moment she was lucid, crying and pleading that she couldn't see, that she couldn't hear. She begged and pleaded with the room, trying to understand what was happening to her. We told her to be strong, to fight it. Though she didn't stay long, her voice distorted again as she screamed and laughed obscenities at the room. It was that moment which I caught a glimpse of the demon that had taken a hold of her. Its eyes now reflected the depths of its wickedness. The creature's voice echoed with a chilling resonance, one that was filled with hatred, so much so that it shook me deep to my core. She spoke and spat vile things at everyone in the room, focusing heavily on Bishop McHale and myself. Wicked accusations, horrific imagery that they tried to paint. It was relentless. They were spewing wildly, switching from English to Latin to something entirely unintelligible. This was nothing like my first experience, the one that I wrote about in 1986. This demon was unlike anything I'd experienced in the church, unlike anything I'd experienced in life. I would be lying if I said that there was no fear. I kept it deep down in the depths where only I knew it existed. Throughout, I remained steadfast. It's of great importance that you never lose faith. It's always my faith grounding me in the face of this ancient evil. My voice wavered at times, sure, but I pressed on. reciting the sacred words with unwavering determination, Bishop McHale doing the same as the prayer of St. Michael radiated from the two of us, filling the room. The battle was all too grueling. I call it a battle as it's the closest I've come to fighting something, aiming to destroy something before it could further destroy this woman. Bishop McHale and I continued exorcising the demon. As the hours passed, I watched the poor woman's vessel endure tortures no one ever should. Still, we didn't stop. She was in and out of consciousness. She was weak, but we also watched as the demon's grip weakened too, and its resistance fading. With one final prayer, a large surge of energy, it was expelled from the young woman, instantly leaving her limp and exhausted, but alive and breathing. The whole room felt as if it was singing. The reality is, it was silent. A beautiful silence settled upon the room, broken only by the sound of our breathing. I found myself forever changed in the aftermath of this encounter. The experience had deepened my understanding of the forces that exist beyond our mortal realm. It ignited a thirst within me to delve further into the realm of spiritual warfare, to study the ancient texts, to learn more of the nature of demons and possession. It was in the following years that I became known for my expertise in exorcisms. Bishop McHale, too, he was my teacher, my mentor. Bishop McHale, the church had recognized his dedication and entrusted him with the responsibility of training future priests in the sacred art of battling darkness. As one of his pupils, I too would go on to train future priests. Of course, this was all before I stopped this work, pre-1980. Because the truth is, with each successful exorcism, a part of my soul grew heavy with the weight of what I had witnessed. The horrors I had faced took their toll, and with time I began to question the fragility of my own faith. The demons confronted were not confined to the pages of Scripture. They were real, tangible entities that tested the limits of my resolve. In the end, it was the haunting memories of this second exorcism that led me to reevaluate my path. I chose to step away from the front lines, to devote myself to research and contemplation, seeking a deeper understanding of the spiritual realm and its interplay with our moral existence. And though my days of performing exorcisms may have come to an end, the impact of that fateful event and so many others remain etched in my soul. It forever shaped my future, guiding me towards a different kind of service, one that seeks to illuminate the shadows, one that seeks to offer solace to those who find themselves entangled in its ominous grasp. It also brought me closer to my dearest friend, Bishop McHale, whom I will see again one day. Then my great-grand-uncle ends it by inserting a prayer. I've included it here, but don't expect you to read it. I did some research, and this is a prayer often used during the passing of a member of the clergy. Thanks for listening. If I come across anything else worth sharing, I certainly will. My mom told me a story of when her and my great-uncle Hector went caving. The year is 1990, and in the midst of a grueling final semester of my mom Maria's senior year of college, her grades were at the lowest they'd ever been. She was going to flunk out of college unless she thought of something pretty fast. My great-uncle Hector worked at an REI and was an experienced rock climber and caver. She knew he was out on the trails every weekend. Hector was pushing 70, but acted like he was 20. One Friday night, they're on the phone together, and Maria's telling him her worries about failing her natural science class. That's when Hector had an idea. He said that new passages are always being discovered in caves, some big, some small. He was going on a hike this weekend. He suggests that she asked her professor if this cave exploration could count as some sort of credit. Maria had never set foot inside a cave before. But they thought that if they could find a new area in this cave, they could pull Maria's grade up to a passing grade. Hector seemed confident in the possibilities, feeling more comfortable with using an anonymous questionnaire on her professor's online messaging board rather than in person. Maria received a response on the message board from her professor, whose message was enthusiastic. Happily, he was accepting the student's mysterious wager. He replied, "If anyone can find a new cave passage, species, or insect or animal, while successfully recording and or documenting themselves in or at the place that they find it, I'll be happy to bump their grade up a grade and a half." Another message quickly popped up adding, "Don't kill yourself over a grade this weekend. You'll be able to make up credits by taking summer school classes." This was Maria's last year of college. And that summer, she had just landed her first job as Snow White, a cast member on one of the new Disney cruise ships. That ship wasn't sailing if my mom failed her senior year. Well, it would be sailing, just not with my mom on it, unless she brought her grade up. And in her words, dying in a cave would have been better than spending the rest of her life in Medford. After seeing her professor's response, Maria called Hector back, telling him that she would be accompanying him on the hike tomorrow. Hector packed their backpacks with lunch and supplies for the excursion that was planned on lasting the afternoon. It takes them hours to even reach the mouth of the cave. By that point, Maria's already gassed out. But Hector's already getting on his headlamp and beginning to crawl into a small, knee-high rock opening. Not wanting to slow down his pace, Maria quickly got on her headgear and followed after. When they got into the cave, the first room they crawled into was a large open area with 4 or 5 different passages. She slowly walks behind Hector as he takes one of the passages. Maria and Hector would then climb steep rock walls, squeeze through narrow openings, and jump crevasse gaps in the pitch black. Following a pitch black path only Hector knew, Hector told Maria that the area he was looking for would be coming up soon. Both of them were extremely hungry from all the movement and decided to take a quick lunch break in the next open cavern they found. After some more tight squeezes, they entered a large room with a rock wall that reached further than either of their beams of light could reflect. Hector lets out a victorious yahoo that echoes all around them. Then they found a big flat rock to sit on and dig into the meals that Hector had prepared. With a small pen light, Hector shows Maria a map of the cave they're in, showing her where they've been and where they plan to go next, circling 3 spots that could potentially break off into other chambers. While Maria sits pretending to know what Hector's talking about, all she can think about is her future cruise in the summer sun. A sharp contrast from where she currently was. As Hector's drawing a line across the map, he suddenly stops and tells Maria to stop chewing. She sits there frozen with a bite of food in her mouth. It looked like he was listening for something. Hector tells her to turn off her headlamp. Maria flips her switch at the same time that Hector flips his. And then they're both sitting quietly, silently, in the damp, dark cavern, listening. Maria still didn't know what this was all about, but she didn't dare to interrupt the air around them. Then she heard it. "Help me!" Maria started to whisper, "Did you?" but gets cut off by Hector's shh. Making sure to stay completely still, Maria goes back to listening to the voice, and again, after a few moments of sitting in silence, they start hearing this voice calling out to them. It's saying, "Hello, hello, help me, help me." Maria is about to stand up and call out to it, but almost predicting Maria would do that, Hector reaches over and rests his hand on her shoulder with light pressure. Then the voice that they're hearing begins to change and distort until it's a completely different sounding person calling for help. The words and sentence patterns start to change. What's now echoing off the walls was like human speech, but it kept cycling through different voices, and none of the words were real words. Then they hear this talking begin to increase in volume. It was getting closer to where they were, but with the sound bouncing off the hard surfaces all around them, they weren't able to pinpoint where it was coming from. They knew whatever it was, or whoever it was, they knew that they were there. Now the only question would be if they could see Hector and Maria sitting still on the rock. For a brief moment, the voice stops. They're still listening to narrow in a direction that it could be coming from. Maria sits on the cold rock, absolutely terrified. She's having a hard time controlling her breathing. Hector keeps his hand on her shoulder. Neither of them can see each other, but Maria can feel the tightening of Hector's grip, and she can tell he's afraid too. Then they hear something crawling around the rocks, and it sounds like it's coming from directly above them. Maria's looking into the same black as any other direction that she could look, and she starts to pray in her head, praying to God that whatever this thing was, it would just turn around and crawl in any other direction but down. But sure enough, as it started to repeat nonsense words, they heard it begin to make a slow descend towards where they were. While it was talking, Hector leans over and tells Maria that on the count of 3, he's going to turn his headlamp on, and they're going to run. Don't grab anything, just focus on staying as close to him as possible. Then Hector whispered, 1, 2, 3. His headlamp turns on, and the white light blinds Maria for a second, but she doesn't have time to stop. Hector doesn't look up. He doesn't turn around. He's just making his way back, retracing where they'd entered from. As they're squeezing through the crack, Hector's ahead of Maria, but they can both hear the creature's noises, getting more animated and loud. In the dark, they hear what sounds like a loud slap echo through the open cavern. Whatever it was that had been hunting them had just moved from the wall of the cave to the floor. Hector pushed his way through and started pulling Maria the rest of the way through. When they heard the footsteps begin running in their direction, they really panicked. It sounded like a person running on gravel. Maria held onto the back of Hector as they navigated the twists and turns back in the direction from which they'd come. Eventually, the sound of their pursuer died off, and they could slow down. When they exited the mountain, it wasn't until halfway down that Maria remembered she'd just left all of her school supplies and any hopes of a passing grade in the cave. As the adrenaline wore down, Hector's fear turned into a sort of fascination, like an epiphany. He concluded that most Native American cryptids explore the forests, but primarily reside inside the infinite amount of cave systems located throughout the land, entering and exiting through hidden passages no one's dared attempted to squeeze into. His hypothesis turned into infatuation and obsession. During that summer, my mom had to make up credits. Hector instead went back to the cave system with a friend, twice. Once he was successful in the trip, even bringing back samples which he initially had no idea what to do with, but eventually sorted that out and decided to go back. He returned a second time with the same friend. Tragically, that time, Hector's friend would return saying that Hector had lost his footing and fallen in a crevasse. My mom says the hardest part for the family was the fact that they were never able to recover his body from the caves. Personally, I stay far, far away from those things. Before my grandmother died in 2022, I asked her if I could publish her stories. Not only did she give me permission, but she gave me her journals where she documented a lot of her most interesting experiences. She'd worked at a couple of haunted locations, so much so that I believe my grandmother was sensitive. She never said that, but her experiences aren't ones that I think just everyone has. Don't get me wrong, I've always wanted to experience something paranormal like this. I do believe in this stuff. Like, I know I'd be scared, but the curiosity outweighs the fear. Either way, The story about my grandmother's time working at St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington, is one of my favorite stories of hers, so I'm just going to share it in her words instead of trying to rewrite it myself. Oh, also, some things have changed since she initially wrote this. You can actually visit this place. It's been converted into a historical museum. I've not personally been there since I live in Utah, and I have yet to make my way to Washington, but I wanted to throw that out there. Thanks for sharing. The Sisters of Providence. The second hospital I ever worked with, St. Ignatius, was the most active. It wasn't a traditional busyness. The patient population had been diminishing for years. Part of my job was collecting that sort of data, and it was clear St. Ignatius was not a busy hospital, not anymore. Instead, the activity I felt, it was spiritual, residual. By the time they closed as St. Ignatius in 1964, the same year I gave birth to my daughter, Michelle, it was mainly due to a lack of patients there. It was simply too expensive to maintain. But in its heyday, the hospital served as one of the most important healthcare systems in the entire region. I was looking forward to the work I had to do there. I knew the hospital had a lot of history, but the first time I walked in there, I realized just how much of it lived inside those walls still. I could feel it. The air was heavy with the scent of antiseptic, but there was something else lingering there, something most consider inexplicable. But I had felt the feeling before. Holy Trinity in Palouse, Nani's house in Clarkston. The hospital was haunted. That's when I learned about the Sisters of Providence. Several framed photos throughout the hospital, little statements underneath some of them, plaques sharing the same sentiment. The Sisters of Providence were instrumental in the establishment of St. Ignatius Hospital in Colfax, Washington. They recognized the need for medical care in the area and took the initiative to create the hospital. An incredible statement, though it only tells part of the story. Before I learned everything, I knew enough to know that the presence was likely that of the sisters. As I made my way through mostly vacant hallways, I wasn't frightened, though I did feel slight unease at their quickly vanishing apparitions. These became more frequent the more times I visited and the longer I stayed there. Sure, they meant no harm, but it's something to get used to, undoubtedly. I had the opportunity to venture deeper into the heart of the hospital. Though it was now just mainly archives and a collection of unused spaces, that's where I was given a small workplace to go about my business without encroaching on valuable space necessary to the medical staff. The air was a bit more stale in those places. Goosebumps rose on my arms, and though it was cold, those weren't the response to a change in weather. It was as if whatever had been with me throughout the mainstay hospital had followed me there, too. The sound of distant, steady footsteps echoed through the empty corridors. I knew they weren't the result of anything evil or in despair. There was warmth there, a sense of guardianship. As I delved deeper over the next few hours, I discovered the past. These items in literature weren't the ones out in the open for everyone to find. Instead, tucked away in the unused corridors of the hospital. Old filing cabinets and boxes filled with more photographs, tattered journals, prayer manuals, and other forgotten relics that actually revealed the stories of the nuns. More than just their devotion to their faith, but also how instrumental and connected to that place they were. These sisters, these nuns, were actively involved in the planning and fundraising, as many of the plaques implied. But I found it especially noteworthy that they had participated in the actual construction of the hospital, which opened its doors in 1893. They even continued to manage and provide the healthcare services at St. Ignatius Hospital for many years, ensuring that the community had access to good quality medical care. Many of the sisters spent their final days inside St. Ignatius. It was their home. To this day, I cannot forget that hospital, the sisters that wander its halls. It had a surprisingly profound impact on my life. Their presence serves as a constant reminder that spirits of the past can linger, seeking solace or understanding in the hearts of the living. And though their presence may be unsettling, the human spirit is so powerful, living and beyond. I remember when I was 12, I came home from school and I heard the side door slowly creak open. I thought my mom had come home early from work and was trying to bring in some groceries. I called my mom and I heard no answer. So I looked out the kitchen window and her car wasn't parked in the driveway. I thought that was a little odd, so I called out, "Hello?" No answer. I began hearing faint footsteps walk down the basement stairs, almost like someone was tiptoeing down the stairs. They were walking slowly, kind of like a kid trying to evade detection for a midnight snack. I thought there was an uninvited guest in the house, so I made a mad dash for the front door and got the hell out of there. I spent the next several hours standing at a safe distance from the house to see if an intruder exited from the front, side, or back door. This was before cell phones, so I had no way of calling for help. I don't understand why I wouldn't have tried to go to the neighbor's house and ask for help, but I was 12, so maybe I didn't have the best judgment. Several hours later, my mom came home, and I told her that someone was in the house. She was unfazed. She told me to wait outside so she could go check out the house. But I wasn't going to let my mom go in alone. She grabs a butcher knife, I grab a baseball bat, and we check every room, starting with the basement. I was terrified. We got through the entire house, and there was no one there. Many events transpired after this story, and many were equally as terrifying. The neighbors behind our house told us a little about the family who lived there before us. The mother of the family would walk up and down our road all day, wearing the same floral pattern dress. I don't know about the father, but I do know they had a son, and they also owned multiple German shepherds. My neighbor said that there were times at night that they could hear the German shepherds crying from inside the house. This would happen often late at night. The son was very dark and antisocial. That's all I knew about him. I don't know if any of this is related to the haunting, but it's disturbing nonetheless. Anyway, before this, my stepbrother came to live with us for a few years. He moved into my old room. I moved into my brother's room, sharing a bunk bed. He didn't tell us at the time, but my stepbrother was experiencing some strange things in his room at night. It took him a while to share what happened, but on this one occasion, he kept waking up at different times of the night. He said each time he woke up, he'd find his leg dangling off the side of the bed, and his blanket would be on the floor. This happened several times over the course of the night. When he woke up the next morning, he was face down in the middle of the room. When I stayed in this room growing up, I was always terrified. My mom would sing lullabies to calm me down and would sometimes play gospel music in the background to drown out the noise of that house. We would hear inexplicable noises, like loud crashings. It sounded like glass shattering, and it would always come from upstairs. We would go investigate and never find anything broken. One time, we came home late from church and found a red stain on the carpet that hadn't been there prior. It looked like blood. Another time, my mom was sorting coupons on the floor, and they would move further away from where she put them. She thought she was going crazy at one point and would take meds to go to sleep. One night, I was sleeping on the bottom bunk, and someone whispered into my ear, "I love you." I hopped out of bed to wake up my brother, who was fast asleep on the top bunk. We had an old-fashioned TV in one room that would turn on by itself. The TV had a knob for a power button. In order for you to turn the TV on, you had to pull on the knob, and the power would go on. There wasn't a controller for this TV, and you had to manually change the channels. So in order for the TV to go on, you had to apply a reasonable level of force. We had appliances that would turn themselves on, namely the vacuum and TV. The fight or flight response was a constant feeling in that home for all of us. It never felt right. It felt very wrong. Like there was an invisible stalker who was constantly monitoring our every move. I remember my mom had a spiritualist come to the house to investigate the home and bless it. In the basement, the lady had visions of bondage, a woman being bound while being physically and sexually abused. She also said that she picked up on animals being abused in the home. She did a thorough blessing of the house. Unfortunately, it didn't do much. Howdy. I'm not close with my parents. Dad left when I was young. Mom's an addict that I've recently dissolved my relationship with after multiple heartbreaks, lies, and relapses. This all being said, I'm realizing in my 30s that I have absolutely no clue about my family health history. So I have virtually no idea if I'm susceptible to diabetes, cancers, or any other genetic health condition I should be watching out for during this period of life. Besides addiction. I'm sure I got that one, so I've never bothered to test it. Anyway, I haven't really thought about this part too much until recently. I finally reached the age where they'll be poking around down there, if you know what I mean. So, at my doctor's appointment, the doctor asked me about my father's health. I said I don't know. He gave me a wince and apologized, but that truly didn't bother me. I could give a fuck less about my dad, but it would be helpful to know if he had any scary health problems. After that appointment, I drove home. I experienced something that I've been experiencing. My wife was still at work. We live in a one-story rambler. The front door enters into our living room, and we have a big 85-inch Samsung TV stationed on the wall across from the door. It essentially acts as a black mirror when it's turned off. Walking in, I unconsciously glance up at the dark screen. In its reflection, I can see the couch down to the edge of the coffee table. I also notice a person standing next to the arm of the couch. The screen isn't a vivid reflection, but it's enough to clearly see the figure standing there. I blink and squint, and it's gone. This has happened before, and to unspook myself, I try to believe that it's some eye goop that's clouded my retina, and continue about my afternoon. Like I said, this wasn't the first time I saw someone standing in the black reflection. I'd say it's been a solid 3 months of me seeing these shadow entities more frequently, and they're not all in the reflection. Several weeks before I even made an appointment with my doctor, I opened the door to the closet, and I felt the pressure of a cat walking through my legs, out from the open door. The sensation made me look down, and I swore I saw a black tail disappear behind my denim jeans. We don't have any animals. I don't know if I'm alone here, but I'm sure that we've all seen things that we think are shadows out of the corner of our eye, once or twice. Again, I'd just chalk those up to that pareidolia thing. But with how often I've been seeing these things, and how they're not just immediately vanishing anymore, I'm scared this could be a mental health thing, which is another reason I've been establishing care with a doctor. I don't want to scare my wife, and I really don't want to tell just any doctor that I'm seeing things. But I haven't experienced any other hallucinations outside my home either. I'm not really sure which route to take as of right now, but I know that I'm not feeling good about these things. I never put much stock into the paranormal, but at this point, I guess it could be a relief. Has anyone ever experienced anything like this? Update. First of all, thanks for anyone who read this and either gave advice or just offered sincere words. I really appreciate it. Secondly, apologies because this update is actually going to be likely longer than my original story. I'm sorry for the delay, but I did end up taking the advice of a lot of people, which was that I should let my wife know what's going on. I kinda knew this was the right move, but understand I was just genuinely afraid of making her afraid, but you all are right. If there's something wrong with me, she needs to know. And if there's something wrong with our house, she needs to know that too. Needless to say, she initially handled it super well. In fact, things just got a lot more interesting, and I guess less scary, for me. I told my wife about the stuff I'd been experiencing, and when I mentioned the cat, she stopped me, grabbed my arm, and said, "No way." I wasn't sure if she was just excited about the story or what, but I told her, yeah, for sure, that happened. Before saying anything else besides, oh my God, she gets up from where we're sitting and grabs her phone. She puts the phone on speakerphone and sets it between us, and that's when I see she's calling her best friend, Jess. I'm confused, so I ask her what she's doing, but before she can answer, Jess answers the phone, and as soon as she does, my wife asks her to please retell the story of what happened to her 3 months ago when she was staying with us. The first thing Jess does is scoff a little and asks my wife, "Oh, so now you believe me." But then she goes right into the story. Jess was staying with us a couple of weeks, visiting from Massachusetts, where my wife and I are originally from. Well, apparently while Jess was here, she had an experience. Both my wife and I were at work, but Jess was getting ready in our room. My wife has a big vanity in our bathroom, which is in our room. While she was sitting there doing her makeup, she felt something brush against her leg. Knowing we didn't have any pets, Jess said that she screamed right away, and then when she looked down, she saw a black tail between her feet. It quickly disappeared behind her the moment she looked down. Only, there's nowhere for anything to disappear to. She said the bathroom door was closed, so she expected to see something running around. After doing a few 360s, she sits back down and calls my wife to tell her the story. My wife thought that it was weird, but figured it was just her friend being in a new space. Maybe it was the tie to her robe, or a towel, or any other number of things. She even suggested her friend dropped a makeup brush, which then brushed against her leg, all of which Jess shut down the first time and continued to shut down on this call. When my wife told Jess about my experience, she kind of freaked out. She made me tell her my story from the top. And when I mentioned the TV shadow not being a one-time thing, she flat out told us that our house was haunted or something. So, I guess that's about where we've landed. I'm a lot less afraid for some reason. Like, I know this is technically terrifying, and neither my wife or me really know what to do to resolve the problem, but I really wasn't looking forward to losing my mind. The problem now is that I can tell that my wife is a little bit paranoid, and though she's also happy I'm not crazy, she's scared of whatever this thing is. Ever since I told her, she keeps asking me if I've seen anything again, where it is, and what it looks like. I tell her every time something happens, but I think that's making things worse. She's starting to ask lots of questions on the internet, and then coming to me with essentially various possibilities. She's obsessing over the fact that she hasn't seen anything like a shadow, but constantly feels like she's being watched. I've tried to do small things that she suggested, rearranging the furniture to a more welcoming and protective feng shui, invested in crystals, but now she wants to get crosses and invite a priest in. Some of you originally recommended that route, so I guess it's officially time to do something about it. If anyone has suggestions on the real right place to start, or even an actual connection in New England, I'd love those recommendations. I'll be sure to update this if anything comes about, but in the meantime, I appreciate the kindness from strangers on the internet. I don't really have anyone else besides my wife to talk to about this, so thank you. My grandmother was a telephone operator in the 50s. They were still using manual switchboards back then, so it was possible to eavesdrop on every call if she wanted. There were rules against it, but she said that everyone did it. It wasn't literally every call, but it was more common than you would want to think. She and the other girls would make a game out of who could learn the juiciest gossip. But sometimes they overheard bad stuff too. One night, a very distraught man asked for the police. Someone was breaking into his house. He and his wife lived alone and didn't have any weapons. She connected him to the police right away and listened to the address the man gave. The officer asked how many burglars there were, but the call disconnected before the man could answer. My grandmother automatically told the officer to wait while she tried to reestablish the call. She wasn't worried about getting in trouble at that point. The phone rang a few times and suddenly they heard a woman pleading with someone in the background. They assumed she had tried to answer and had the phone knocked away. The police officer called out several times, but no one answered. There was no response from the husband, and the woman's pleas turned into screams, followed by muffled crying. It was painfully obvious what was happening to her, and my grandmother couldn't listen anymore. She tried to forget the incident, but she couldn't stop thinking about what had become of that woman. When her shift ended, she went to the police station and spoke to the cop who had been on the phone. He had to listen to the entire call and spoke to the officers who handled the scene. He was also just as eager to speak with her because no one believed him about the husband calling in. If my grandmother hadn't shown up, he was going to try to get in touch with her the following morning. After my grandmother recounted her side of the story to the other officers, they told her what happened on their end. The police arrived at the home a few minutes after she stopped listening. The intruder was still attacking the woman. Once they removed him, they asked the woman what happened to her husband, and she said her husband had passed away the year before. He'd been in a car accident. Then they asked her who called the police, and she said no one. She'd been asleep and only woke as the intruder entered her bedroom. As she was pleading with him, the phone rang, and she lunged for it, but it was knocked behind a table. She didn't know if it was connected or not, and the man didn't seem to care. The only explanation was that the intruder called himself, but that didn't make any sense. Like, why would someone do that? The cop from the call spoke to the intruder in the interrogation room and said that there was no way that was the man from the phone. They took my grandmother to the room next door and let her hear the intruder's voice too. She agreed. There's no chance it could be the same man. Their voices weren't even comparable. From what she heard, the intruder didn't seem like the riddled with guilt type either. He seemed more like the kill a witness sort of guy. When the victim learned the whole story later in the hospital, she believed that it had been her husband that made the call, that his spirit had been watching over her. Hell, maybe it was. No one could ever find an alternative explanation. To this day, my grandmother still remembers every second of that horrible call. She didn't eavesdrop on anyone else after that. She only stayed on as an operator as long as it took to find another job. A few months later, she started working at a bank, and that's where she ended up meeting my grandfather. I guess if it hadn't been for that call, I might not be here. My grandmother doesn't know what became of the woman who was attacked, but I hope she went on to have a good life. My grandparents basically raised me, so growing up between the ages of 4 through 9, I spent a majority of my childhood living with them in their home in eastern Washington. It was what I'd call my happy place, but every once in a while I'd have to spend some time with my mom. I say have to because at this time she was no fun to be around. She didn't get clean until I was about 9, so things before that were always shaky. My resistance to seeing my mom, though, it wasn't all her. A lot of it had to do with her apartment. It sat in downtown Spokane, and it was a small one. I guess you'd call it a studio. There was really only one door, the front door. The bedroom was essentially the living room and the kitchen, but the bathroom, it was across the hallway. You'd have to leave the apartment and step across the way to access it. Each unit shared their bathroom with another one, though this didn't seem to be a problem since most of my mom's buildings seemed empty. The first time I stayed there, I remember being too scared to use the bathroom at night, so I just held it, waited for some light outside. This couldn't last, though, not if I didn't want to have an accident. One night, squirming in the pull-out bed, I tried to wake my mom up to see if she would go with me. She was unwakeable. She was snoring, and clearly in a deep sleep. After being patient long enough, I had no choice. I tried to make as much noise as possible, in hopes that those noises would wake my mom up, but it didn't work. I'd made it to the front door, and she was still snoring, so I ventured across the hallway, solo. It was only a couple of steps before you were inside the bathroom, but it seemed like miles. My stomach was all sorts of nervous to be standing between two open doors, so I tiptoed my way into the bathroom. With the light switch on the outside, I was able to turn the light off before entering fully, and then I closed the door behind me. I tried to make the whole thing as quick as possible. Everything was going well, but just as I was about to be done, the lights turned off. Sitting in the pitch black, I almost shit myself, which, considering my position, wouldn't have been the worst, but no, I was terrified. Completely frozen in position. Somehow I managed the meekest of sounds. I was attempting to say, "Someone's in here," but it was hardly a whisper. I tried again, and I was more successful, but the light remained off. I really wasn't sure I was going to ever be able to move. I was scared of the dark as it was, but here I knew that I was completely alone. 2 doors separating me from my mom, who was in a deep sleep slumber. It occurred to me that I was exposed to various strangers the moment I opened that door. Anyone could be out there. Still in the pitch black, I positioned myself to pull up my pants. Now slightly less exposed, I contemplated what to do next. Instantly, I went for the sink, and before I could even touch the faucet, I was flailing sideways, back towards the toilet, horrified by the image reflected in the mirror. In the darkness, I hadn't expected to see myself, but I saw something. At first, I couldn't distinguish male or female, but the hair was stark white, which matched the skin entirely. The figure wasn't looking at me directly, and even though I saw this image directly in the mirror, it was still too dark to see anything else. I instinctively looked behind me as I jumped to the side. The reflection had to be coming from somewhere, right? I was alone in there. This image remained in the mirror despite me moving away from the mirror. Its gaze held off to the side, not saying anything, not even really doing anything except seemingly floating within the mirror itself. Just a disembodied head of pure white. Only there were features. I could tell that whatever this was, at one time, it was a human, or it wanted me to perceive it as such. I started to feel a sense of dread. Before, I'd been scared, and then curious, and now I just knew I needed to get out of that bathroom. As I made my way to the door, avoiding the sink this time, I kept my eyes on the old white head staring to the side. But then, it looked directly at me, blackness where its eyes should have been. I don't remember if I screamed out loud, but I stopped looking at the mirror to focus on the doorknob. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there. It was one of those pop locks. Just turn the knob from the inside and it unlocked itself. Only, that wasn't working. All I could think was that someone had to be holding the door or something. The strength I was using was everything I had. The door should have at least budged. Panic ensued, and by this time, I was crying, trying everything that I could now just to be heard. Couldn't someone just please open this door? Then, the lights flickered for a moment, but total darkness again. If heart attacks are possible at 7 years old, I was sure I was about to have one. But then, as I was hanging backwards with all of my body weight, holding the doorknob with both hands, feet against the wall for support, the door suddenly opened, and I fell backwards, hitting my head. The next thing I remember, I'm laying on the bathroom floor, fluorescent lights above my head, and as I sit up, I can see the door is wide open. I make a run for my mom's front door and thank the literal God above himself that it wasn't locked. I didn't need any other obstacles. I wasn't like a religious kid or anything, but I prayed that night. Instead of sleeping, I just literally prayed that I never experience that again. I prayed that whatever that experience was, that I was safe, that my mom was safe, that God would protect us. I was making deals with God all night, basically, promising to never be bad, always tell the truth, join the Peace Corps. I'm sure that I didn't really have a clue what it was and that I actually called it Corps for the longest time, but clueless as I was, I just needed whoever was in charge to know that I seriously never wanted to experience that again. And I never did. My mom only lived there for that year, and I only saw her a handful of times. Her next place was arguably worse, looks-wise, in the area. It was horrifying for its own reasons, but at least it wasn't someone living inside of her mirror kind of horrifying. I still have no idea. Ghost, demon, what was that thing? I grew up in the 80s, and my grandparents always came to our house for the holidays, but one year we had to go to theirs for Easter. That was the year my grandfather died, and he was too sick to travel at the time. I was 8, and my mom always talked about growing up in the country, but had never taken me out there herself. Not while I was old enough to remember, at least. I asked to go all the time, but there was always something else we had to do. Looking back, I understand she was just trying to keep me away from those woods. But I used to think that we were just really busy people. We drove out there that Sunday morning with plans to stay overnight and go home Monday. But we ended up leaving early. On the way, Mom warned me that the woods were filled with wildcats and wolves, so I wouldn't be allowed to go outside. That was pretty disappointing, since the whole reason I wanted to go was to play in the woods. I was old enough to understand my mom was an overprotective parent, but too young to recognize the genuine danger in a child wandering through the forest alone. After the holiday festivities ended, my cousins went home, and everyone was ready for bed. It was like 8 p.m. For the first time in my life, I didn't complain about an early bedtime. I stayed in my room long enough to make sure that everyone else had fallen asleep, and then I tried to sneak out my window, but it was nailed shut. It was surprising, but I didn't put any thought as to why, only that I now had to sneak out the back door. I took a flashlight, lighter, Snickers bar, and a bottle of water with me to feel like I was really going on an adventure, and then I crept out without being noticed. There was a small trail I followed into the woods. I have no idea how far I went, but I walked for at least 15 to 20 minutes before stopping by a fallen tree and trying to start a fire. I wanted to use the log as a bench like they do in the movies, so I set my stuff down and started gathering firewood. Soon, I had a small pile, and I used my candy wrapper as kindling, but once it was gone, the fire went out pretty quickly. I grew frustrated when my pile of damp limbs wouldn't stay lit. I chose to continue my journey instead. I pretended to be a big game hunter, searching for a grizzly bear, never dreaming I would actually run into a predator, let alone something out of a horror movie. A few minutes later, I heard growling ahead of me and froze in my tracks. That's when the danger really sank in. I didn't know what to do. So I tried to find the source with my light, but I couldn't see anything. Even so, the growl grew deeper and more menacing, like it was angry about the light. I was instantly nauseous. I really thought that I was going to puke. A surge of panic sent me running away, and the moment I turned around, something huge began moving through the treetops, chasing after me. It sounded big, like a big baboon. I was crying so hard that I couldn't see the ground in front of me, and I tripped over something that sent me sprawling. When I opened my eyes, I was flat on my back, staring straight up, and the flashlight was still in my hands. Without thinking, I pointed it into the trees. I saw a hulking black furry mass. It looked like a wolf, except it was the size of a man. I only caught a glimpse before it darted out of the light and retreated several feet away. But it continued to growl, like it wanted to tear me apart. I wasn't aware of it when everything was happening, but apparently I'd been screaming my head off the whole time. It woke everyone in the house. My mom and grandmother came running through the forest, wielding a shotgun, and found me lying there. Mom picked me up and rushed me away. Over her shoulder, I saw grandmother fire around into the trees. And there was a final loud snarl as we ran back to the house. I was in plenty of trouble, but on the way home the next day, I learned what happened to my mom in those woods. When she was 16, she had a similar experience walking the same trail with a friend. They'd stayed out a little late, and it got dark before they could make it back. They heard a strange sound off the path and saw a tall black dog creature eating a huge buck. The animal was shredded, and the creature dug into the body with its human-shaped hands and long claws instead of using its teeth. That was the last time she went into the forest until she had to come save me. I understand why she didn't just tell me the truth, but I would have been far less likely to sneak out if she'd been honest. Probably. Either way, we both learned a valuable lesson from the experience. She never lied to me again, and I haven't been in any forest since that day myself. Have I ever seen Bigfoot? Not exactly. I came across something in my wanderings that could possibly fit into the Bigfoot lore, though. I didn't exactly see any bipedal primates that day. But what I found along the Snoqualmie River was inexplicable and kinda creepy. I went up along Mountain Loop Road in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest to explore an area new to me that didn't have any trails. I parked on the shoulder of the road and entered the forest. It's worth noting that in my bag I had a topo map, a compass. I knew exactly where I was at all times during this venture. I also let someone back home know what area of the national forest I would be in, as well as the expected time of my return in case anything awry happened. I threaded my way through the pathless coniferous forest towards the river. When I entered the riparian section along the water, I was met with a strange sight. Dozens of alder, maple, and willow trees, smashed, shredded, ripped up by the roots. Others snapped, broken, or knocked over. It literally looked like someone had driven a tank through the forest, creating a swath of destruction about 50 yards long in its wake. Something or someone way off the beaten path here had thrown quite the temper tantrum. I'm mystified and more than a little creeped out. Who or what caused this? I checked for tracks or prints in the forest loam. Claw marks on the shredded trees, hair caught on the twigs or undergrowth, scat to be stepped in. Nothing. The damage was fresh. None of the torn vegetation showing the slightest sign of wilt. Sap on the exposed and shredded tree trunks was still wet, and it had yet to drip. The path of destruction varied somewhat in width. It seemed to be about 8 to 12 feet along the length of the mess. It was obvious this was not the result of flooding, fire, or quake. Could a mini tornado have touched down here in these rugged Washington mountains? Never heard of it happening before, but Then what was it? No trace of parts or anything mechanical. The terrain wouldn't have permitted any sort of vehicle down that far, off the road anyway. But still I search. I find no tire or tread marks, no paint scrapings on the tree trunks. The mess begins and ends abruptly, and without any further clues to its origin. I'm crawling around, so intent on finding a sign that I forgot one of the cardinal rules of tracking, to look up. There's many stories of trackers so intent on their pursuit that they failed to notice their quarry has circled back and positioned itself to ambush. Situational awareness should always go with attention to detail. I stand up. First, I'm hit with a disgusting smell, one that smells of literal garbage mixed with something I can't identify. Then, I notice the other odd detail. The forest is gone completely silent. And that's my cue to leave. I can't find any clues as to what caused this massive mess so far off the road. I head back to my car, trying to ignore the sensation of being watched, which is increasingly more obvious. About the time I can start to make out the breaks in the trees indicating the road, the forest has resumed its baseline noise, birds and insect activity. I left the woods none the wiser. Hopefully I didn't get too bogged down with the details of this account, but I'm still baffled as to who or what could have caused such destruction. A friend who's a Bigfoot hunter on his weekends was convinced that I found signs of Bigfoot territory, a warning to other bipeds to stay away. I don't know. Draw your own conclusions. Growing up, we used to play with Ouija boards a lot, but nothing actually happened. It was just a game to us, until we were 15. That's when Helen moved to our town. She said that her old house was haunted and that she could see spirits. We didn't believe her, but we asked if she ever did seances or went ghost hunting. Of course, she said that she did all of those things, including the Ouija board. So we invited her over for a slumber party at my house. There were 4 of us in total. After my parents went to bed, we got out the board, lit some candles, and Helen did her thing. We all had a hand on the planchette while she closed her eyes and muttered beneath her breath, but we couldn't understand a word of it. This went on for a couple of minutes until the planchette suddenly began to shake. It was only for a second, but we all felt it. Though it might be simple to push one across the board, I don't know how to make it vibrate without being noticeable. The board wasn't rigged. It was mine. Once that happened, she started asking questions. First was, "Do you want to speak with us?" And the planchette moved to yes. Next she asked, "Were you alive in this century?" And the response was no. She continued to say no to each preceding century until Helen asked, "Have you ever been alive?" And it said, no. She asked for its name, and there was no answer, but a globe fell from the shelf behind us. Despite the vibrating planchette in the beginning, we still believed all of her questions and answers were fake. But how could she make the globe fall? Things only got worse from there. Helen seemed like she was getting nervous. Her voice trembled when she asked, "Are you a demon?" The planchette shot to yes, and my bedroom door swung open. It had been latched shut, and I'm an only child. Plus, even if my parents had been awake, that isn't their style. They have zero sense of humor, as you're about to see. Helen looked at us for the first time since starting and urged us not to take our hands away until she said so. Then she began telling the demon that it wasn't welcome here, and my door slammed back shut with enough force to make me and one of the other girls recoil. We both let go. It happened the instant before Helen could say goodbye. She explained that using a Ouija board is like opening an actual door to the other side, and insisted that we had to close it again. We were all so frightened we would have done anything she said, but before we could start back, We heard loud footsteps coming down the hall. My door had woken my parents. And now my dad was angry. We screamed when he entered. Waking them up had been the last thing on our mind. Needless to say, the board was taken away, and he didn't want to hear about our emergent need to close the spiritual door. Not when he had to be up for work in 4 hours. At first, we were too scared to go to sleep, but over time, we convinced ourselves everything was a coincidence. All of us except for Helen, of course. I don't know what time it was when I woke up again, but it was before 4 because my dad hadn't gotten to work yet. There was a light whimpering sound coming from one of the other girls. When I looked to my right, I saw Helen, shrunken into her sleeping bag, staring into the corner with tears streaming down the sides of her face. I followed her gaze. I saw a menacing, hunched-over figure standing in the shadows. Only it wasn't a shadow. The mass looked like a cloud of black smoke, shaped into a crippled old man. Then, before our very eyes, it straightened up and pointed its long-nosed face upwards toward the ceiling and vanished. The activity continued after my friends left the next day, and my parents blamed me for every slammed door or broken dish. I had nightmares of demonic creatures standing around my bed, trying to crawl into my body. I begged my parents to return the Ouija board, but they said I was using it as an excuse. It was 4 weeks of misery before they finally believed me. One day, we were eating dinner together in the kitchen when Mom's water glass spilled by itself. No one's hand was anywhere near it. It just toppled over. Mom pushed her seat back, grabbed a towel for the mess, but her chair wasn't jostled in the shuffle. It remained perfectly upright as she darted away. Then, it began to tilt backwards, as if someone were pulling on it. We all froze as it tipped back on its front legs before being violently knocked onto its side. Mom screamed. Dad sat in confused silence, and I said, "I told you so." Mom was ready to switch sides right then, but Dad didn't fully come around until he was walking into the kitchen and felt a hand grab his leg. It even left fingerprints on his skin. That weekend, I was allowed to invite Helen back, and my parents returned the Ouija board. They also promptly confiscated it again once Helen was finished closing the door. I can't say that I cared. I'd already decided never to touch one again, and to this day, I haven't, but burned into the backyard. I didn't have nightmares anymore. There were no more strange figures. All in all, I'd say I got off easy. I worked as a private land surveyor for 12 years. Usually it's boring work, mapping out property lines for timber companies or checking soil density. But in 2016, I took a contract for a private estate deep in the King Range, way out in Humboldt County. The locals call it the Lost Coast for a reason. The terrain is brutal, and the trees are so thick that they block out the sun even at noon. I was supposed to be out there for 10 days alone, marking a ridge for a guy who wanted to build an off-grid retreat. First few days were fine, just quiet. Too quiet, as they say. By the 4th day, I noticed the dead zone. In the redwoods, you expect birds and squirrels, the rustle of wind, but I hiked into a basin near a creek where everything just stopped. No insects buzzing, no birds flying around. Even the wind seemed to die at the edge of this specific grove. It really was like walking into a soundproof room. I was setting up my tripod when I smelled something. It wasn't wet dog or skunk, which is what you always hear. It was heavy and oily. It smelled like a stagnant pond mixed with wood smoke. It was thick enough that I could almost taste it in the back of my throat. I looked up the slope. About 60 yards away, I saw a tree that hadn't been there a second ago. My brain didn't scream Sasquatch. My brain said that's a very tall, very dark stump. But then the stump breathed. I saw a massive chest expand, a slow, deliberate movement that shifted the shadows around it. I didn't move. I didn't even reach for my bear spray. I just stood there, paralyzed by the sheer scale of the thing. It had to be 8.5 feet tall, and the width of it, that's what got me. It was built like a literal wall of muscle and matted reddish-black hair. It wasn't looking away. It was staring directly at me. Its eyes weren't glowing. They were deep, intelligent, human-like. It didn't look like an ape. It looked like a person, one who'd been left in the woods for thousands of years. It wasn't just this thing's size. It was the vibration. I started feeling this low-frequency hum in my chest, a sound so deep that I couldn't hear it with my ears, but it made my teeth ache and shake, my vision go blurry around the edges. I found out later that tigers use infrasound to paralyze their prey. This thing was doing the same thing, broadcasting a signal that told my nervous system to shut down. Then it did something that still keeps me awake at night. It didn't growl at me or try to charge me. It picked up a rock, a stone the size of a grapefruit, and tossed it. It didn't throw it at me. It tossed it so it landed exactly 3 feet in front of my boots. It was a boundary, a clear, non-verbal no. I started backing away, keeping my eyes on it as I retreated. And as I did, I heard a sound from the trees to my left, then my right. It was like 2 heavy stones being hit together. I wasn't looking at one creature. I was in the middle of a group. They'd been flanking me the whole time I was surveying. They weren't hunting me for food. They were herding me out of their living room. I left some of my stuff there, my GPS gear. I hiked 6 miles back to my truck in a state of total sensory overload. I didn't even look back. When I got to my truck, I sat in the cab, and I actually cried for 20 minutes. Not because I was scared that I was going to die, but because the world felt oddly small now. I felt like a bug that had been allowed to live by something that could have crushed me without blinking. I did quit that job a week later. Never actually going back to the job site will do that to you. I told the client that I hit a nest of hornets. I'd had an allergic reaction. I couldn't tell the truth. How do you tell a billionaire that he doesn't actually own that ridge? I suppose someone will. I live in the suburbs now. I have a manicured lawn and no trees higher than 10 feet on my property. People talk about finding Bigfoot like it would be some great scientific discovery. I don't know that they understand seeing something like that. It takes something away from you. It strips away the lie that humans are the ones in charge of the wilderness, the world. We aren't. We're just guests who haven't been kicked out yet. I just feel like I need to get this out there because I'm genuinely losing sleep and my friends just look at me like I've finally cracked. I'm a pretty grounded person, never believed in ghosts, hauntings, or any of it. But what's happening in my new apartment, it's just impossible to explain away. I moved into this place about 3 months ago. It's a charming pre-war building in a great neighborhood. My first time living alone. I was ecstatic. Everything was perfect. High ceilings, big windows, and a rent that feels like a steal. The only quirk was the old-fashioned heating system with its clunky metal vents, particularly a large rectangular one in the wall of my bedroom, directly across from my bed. At first it was subtle. I'd be drifting off to sleep, I'd hear faint noises, a sniffle, maybe a whispered sigh. I live in an apartment building, right? So thin walls are to be expected. It had to be a neighbor. I shrugged it off, and then it got a little more distinct. Sometimes it sounded like a soft, melancholic hum. Other times, a brief, muffled argument. Never clear words, just the impression of voices, always from the bedroom vent. I figured it was just the building's old pipes, or sound traveling oddly through the ventilation system. I even bought a white noise machine, which helped for a little while. But the sounds started to change. They stopped sounding like generic, neighborly noise. They sounded closer, more personal. One night I was reading in bed, and I heard what sounded like a woman softly weeping. It was so distinct, so filled with sorrow that I actually got up and checked my door to make sure it was locked. I checked the peephole to see if anyone was out there, put my ear on the wall. Nothing. But when I got back into bed, the weeping resumed, directly from the vent. It was so intense, I felt a lump in my own throat. I started trying to rationalize it even harder. Maybe this is the wind, or I'm just stressed. I even went so far as to search for ghost stories about my building online, but I found nothing. Just historic architecture reviews and tenant guides. Then came the night I decided I was genuinely terrified. I was lying in bed, trying to ignore the intermittent sounds of what now seemed like children's hushed giggles from the vent. It was unsettling, but I was determined to push through it. My eyes were closed, my heart was thumping a bit, but I was almost there, almost asleep. Then, clear as day, a voice whispered, right next to me. It wasn't muffled. It wasn't indistinct. It was a woman's voice, soft but utterly desperate, and it said, "Stop, please." It didn't sound like it came through the vent. It was right next to my ear. Absolutely. And with clarity. It was like someone was physically breathing those words. My eyes snapped open. I sat upright, my heart hammering, palms sweaty. The room was freezing, despite it being a mild night and the heating being off for that reason. I sat there, I don't know for how long, an eternity, straining to hear if it would happen again. Nothing, just the oppressive silence of my apartment, punctuated by the frantic beat of my own heart. I didn't sleep in my bedroom that night. I bundled myself up on the sofa in the living room, lights on, watching bad infomercials. In fact, I've been sleeping on the sofa ever since. I've taped up the vent, hoping that it'll block out any sounds, but I can still hear things sometimes. Faint scratching, whispering that sounds like real words, just barely perceptible through the layers of tape. I don't really know what to do. I can't afford to break my lease, but I also can't go back into that room. My safe, cozy, first ever alone apartment feels like it's listening to me, and not in a good way. I feel like whatever's in that vent is getting restless, trying to communicate more. Has anyone ever experienced something like this? What do I do? In my mid-20s, I worked at a subacute rehab facility. Generally, these places exist to help those who are struggling after an accident or surgery, etc. Helps regain their mobility and quality of life with the help of physical therapy and around-the-clock nursing care. I worked in the dementia unit. These patients were long-term, and most ended up living out the rest of their lives there. Although it was called the dementia unit, our patients were comprised of those suffering from permanent or long-term brain-related conditions. These included dementia, Alzheimer's, comas, strokes, traumatic brain injuries, and brain tumors. These are the experiences I had while working there. 1. a disembodied hand. I had just clocked in for the evening, and I received a report from the day shift nurse. I was standing at the end of the hallway with my back against the wall, reviewing the notes that I'd taken from the previous nurse. Whilst reading over my slip of paper, I felt what could only be described as a hand dragging its fingers horizontally across my abdomen. I jerked back and looked around, but I was completely alone. 2. The Call Light Symphony. Although I don't have a particular story about the call lights, it was a normal occurrence to have call lights in empty rooms triggered. Even in rooms where the wires attached to the call button were unplugged from the wall, some nights the nurses would be forced to respond to several phantom calls for empty rooms. 3. The Empty Room Ghost. At the very end of one of our halls contained a habitually empty room. The heat/air conditioning unit was broken, so patients were never placed there. The nurses and aides would use that room for privacy during personal phone calls, to poop in peace, or whatever else required some seclusion. One evening, I headed into that room's bathroom to touch up my makeup and fix my hair. I left the door slightly ajar while going about my business. I was putting my hair up in a bun when the bathroom door slammed shut behind me. Mid-heart attack, I spun around and jerked the door back open. The room was empty. The time it would have taken a human to exit the room would have been longer than what it took me to open the bathroom door. I'd also like to note that there was no furniture in the room, nothing a human could have hid behind. I'm convinced it wasn't a living person who slammed that door. 4. The Last Farewell. One patient we had residing in the long-term unit was a middle-aged woman with severe Down syndrome. She was mostly nonverbal, save for a couple of words she would utter randomly. She was very sweet and always had a smile on her face. It was my turn to help her eat dinner the night this story takes place. She didn't have the motor skills to eat properly, so I spoon-fed her while we caught up on some cartoons on her TV set. But this particular night, she acted completely out of character. I didn't notice at first because I was engrossed in the show we were watching. I failed to notice her attempts to get my attention. She finally resorted to using grunts to call me away from the TV screen. When I did finally notice, she seemed overjoyed with something. Her mouth was stretched into a wide grin, and she was pointing at an empty, dark corner in the back of her room. I could clearly see the corner, but nothing else. I looked back and forth between her and the corner, but I couldn't understand what she was trying to communicate. She was pointing, giggling, and waving at apparently nothing in the corner. I tried asking her what she was trying to show me. Simple yes or no questions that she could nod and shake her head to. I became uneasy with her actions because I knew she was seeing something I could not. After I finished up feeding her, I walked back out into the hallway and was immediately approached by a fellow nurse. My stomach sank, and I felt queasy while she told me that the next-door neighbor of the woman I was just feeding had passed away during dinner time. 5. The Window Watcher. Not my story, this was told to me by a fellow nurse. My friend, let's call her Mary. She worked the night shift at the same rehab as I did, but this story takes place years before I was hired there. Mary was close to one of her patients, and she went out of her way to make her feel special. The patient was an elderly woman with no living family and was chronically lonely. Let's call the patient Emily. When Mary bonded with Emily, it became a habit of Emily's to wait by her room's window, which faced the employee parking lot. So when she saw Mary walking up to the building, she could wave. This became a special occasion for Emily, and the two would wave to one another before and after Mary's shift while she traveled to and from the employee parking lot. Then Emily fell ill and was unable to get out of bed for a while. Every time Mary pulled up for work, she would check to see if Emily was waiting by the window. When she didn't see her, she would know walking in that Emily was sick. This went on for a few weeks, Mary would pull into the parking lot, hoping to see her sweet patient up and out of bed, waiting patiently to wave at her. But then one day, Mary showed up at work and saw Emily standing at her window, peering out over the employee parking lot. Mary was thrilled and hopped out of her car and gave Emily a gleeful wave. But Emily stood motionless, didn't react to Mary's exuberant greeting. Puzzled, Mary headed into the building only to quickly find out Emily passed away earlier that day. Well, I hope you enjoyed these stories as much as I enjoyed sharing them. I guess I'm just gonna dive straight into this one. At 10, my grandmother took me away from my mother because both of my parents were addicts. They'd split up and gotten back together a few times when I was younger, but Dad spent most of my life in prison, and now that he's out, his brain is so fried that he doesn't even remember who I am. My mom married another addict, and they actually got sober when I was about 16. Her husband stayed clean, but she fell off the wagon after about 6 months. My entire adult life consisted of her getting sober to con her way into my life and then robbing me blind before disappearing again. I fell for it every time, but I'm not going to make excuses. I was just naive. Well, now I'm 30, and I just had to scatter her ashes at her favorite lake. Back in December, she got pneumonia, and thanks to a lifetime of heavy drug abuse, her immune system was completely shot. Her health declined rapidly, and it was soon clear she wasn't going to make it. Eventually, she fell into a coma, and it was left on me to end her life support. As difficult as that was, everything was made so much worse by the fact that I was completely alone for the entire process. My mom burned every bridge she'd ever made. Even her sister refused to come. The confession happened just a few hours before she slipped into a coma. She was telling me how sorry she was for everything, all the usual stuff. Then she got really serious and straight up admitted, "I killed that girl in '96. I knew what she was talking about right away. My parents would often get back together for a short period of time when Dad got out of jail, but this incident was the last time they ever spoke. I don't personally remember many parts of it, but I've grown up hearing the story and accusations from all sides. It had a big impact on our lives. Somehow, Mom found out that Dad was seeing another woman, someone that they were partying with and buying drugs from. She got him really drunk and high before confronting him, so it turned into a huge fight during which Dad said that he was going to leave her for the other woman. I'll just call her Vicky. It didn't take long for the fight to turn physical. Dad broke Mom's nose, and she hit him with something right back. It ended with both of them bleeding, but Dad was also unconscious. Mom drove to Vicky's house and pretended like she wanted to buy more drugs and hang out. They took turns shooting each other up, but my mom gave her way too much. Vicky immediately knew what happened, but by then it was already too late. Mom stayed and laughed at the woman while she went into convulsions and passed away. Then she drove home and went to bed. The next morning, Dad woke up alone on the couch, right where he had passed out, and remembered enough of the night and the fight to know he needed to warn Vicky. Mom was asleep, so he wasn't too worried yet. First, he tried to call Vicky, but she didn't answer. He decided to drive over. It was when he actually got into the car that he noticed the seat had been moved and began to get nervous. Then he got to her house and found the door unlocked. That's when he knew. As a rule, drug dealers don't generally leave their doors unlocked. Sure enough, Vicky was dead. He told paramedics and the police that he thought it was murder, but they knew exactly who he and the woman were. It was ruled an accidental overdose, with essentially no investigation. And that was the end of it. But Dad told everyone who would listen that Mom murdered Vicky. Mom, of course, denied everything and said that Dad was out of his mind. I always knew my mom was a bad person, but I never believed she was a murderer until I heard it from her own mouth. For so many years, she tried to gaslight Dad into thinking he was crazy, but all that time, she actually was guilty. I wish I would have listened. His drug use got so much worse after that. It was only a few months later that he went away on a 15-year sentence. And now, he doesn't even remember who Mom was, let alone Vicky. So yeah, that's my deathbed confession story. Thank you for sharing it. It's amazing how much this kind of stuff actually happens when drugs are involved. But it's just another prime example of why you should never try meth, not even once. When I was in the 4th grade, I spent spring break with my grandparents in Arizona. They lived in a pretty sleepy area, being retired and all. A short golf cart ride away, there was lots of golf courses, random activity centers. But mostly right around them is just desert. They did their best to keep me entertained, taking us to spring training games, dinosaur museums, a pretty cool zoo. We spent a good amount of time at my grandparents' actual house, though, which I quite enjoyed because they had a pool. Between that and my Nintendo DS, I managed to keep myself pretty busy, spending a good majority of time in that pool. Grandma was a smoker and a night owl, so she was often outside puffing away while I'd be swimming away. One night I was out there alone, my grandparents watching one of their shows inside. At some point my grandma must have come outside because when I looked over toward the back door, I saw her sitting there. It was a little off, though. She hadn't turned on the porch light and was essentially sitting in the dark. But I just kept swimming. Maybe she didn't plan on being out there long. The skies are pretty clear out there, so one of my favorite things to do was to float on my back and look up at the stars. While on my back, I feel something brush against my foot, and before I can react, something is grabbing my ankle. And I mean, I felt the feeling of a bony yet human hand. It wrapped around my ankle. It startled me for sure. Up to this point, my grandparents hadn't gone in the pool, but in the event that it was my grandma, I refrained from kicking my feet around. I positioned myself to stand in the pool, expecting to see my grandma, but I saw no one. As far as I could tell, I was alone, but I didn't feel like it. It felt like someone was watching me. Then there was my ankle. I could still recall the sensation. Within moments of realizing I was completely alone, I decided to go inside. When I opened the back door, I startled my grandparents, both of them saying that they had no idea I was out there, that I was so quiet. But hadn't you heard me or seen me, Grandma? I saw you out there, sitting in the dark like a creep, I joked. Only she didn't laugh. She turned around and looked at me, saying that she hadn't gone out for her smoke. Not yet. I remember contemplating telling them about my ankle, or insisting I saw someone out there, but I didn't end up saying anything, except the next day, I did ask if they ever got any critters around here, and did anything ever get in the pool. They got weird. It's hard to explain, but they looked at each other in a way that made even me, a 4th grader, feel like they were hiding something. They told me no. Well, one did, while the other said, "Not really." Not really? What the heck did that mean? I kept wondering if they knew something. I really couldn't let it go, mentally. But they never said anything else about it, so neither did I. Until I got home. Maybe 2 or 3 days after the whole thing. My older brother Luke, 19 at the time, was visiting from college for his spring break. One night, my family is outside by the fire eating. Parents are drinking, and Luke asks what I did for spring break. So I told him. He instantly starts laughing when I get to the swimming part, and he says something about that being gnarly. Which part, though? I was confused because I hadn't even told him about the weird thing, the part about my ankle or the person. My parents attempted to hush him from saying what he was trying to say, but he wasn't going to not tell me what was so gnarly. So he tells my parents, "Oh, that's messed up, you didn't tell him," all while still laughing. And then he says it. "You know an old dude died in there, right? Like last year, one of Grandma and Grandpa's parties. He just died in there. Heart attack or something. One of their friends." My parents were scolding my brother for laughing, and then my mom started scolding him for scaring me. Apparently, I hadn't moved or so much as reacted to what my brother had said. I was sort of in shock. I knew that I'd swam in the pool nonstop. I also knew something else, something no one else around me knew. Something was in that pool. Something was outside. I tried to shake it off, and I told my brother, "Whatever, chlorine kills all that anyways." I'd learned that from Grandpa himself when he'd treat the pool. But I could never really reconcile it all. I mean, the story my brother tells is unsettling, but the story I didn't tell, it's something I can't really explain. Even as an adult in my 20s, I don't understand it. Was it this guy's spirit? If so, since when can you feel that kind of stuff? Can you really be touched by ghosts? It seems so unreal, yet I have no other explanation for it. I'll try to keep it to the point and not drift off too much, but I swear on everything this is a true story of my own experience. When I was 12 or 13, I was living with my aunt for a few years and my younger cousin. We lived in a little house on a dead-end road in a small town of about 500 people. We were technically considered a village. My aunt was an odd soul. Everyone has their own rhythm, and hers was a different rhythm for sure. She had a fascination with the odd and the strange, from a musical, dancing, miniature, jester figurine to old newspapers from the 20s. Then enter her collection of porcelain masks, of which she had more than 30. All different sizes and styles, and she had them all over her bedroom walls. The house we lived in was small but cozy, but this house had other paranormal events happen in it before and after the events of this story. So it was no big deal when small stuff would happen because we were odd like that. Some stuff being harmless was fine by us. None of what happened before or after was harmful. This is the only event I was ever actually stricken with pure fear. It was my 13th birthday, and for my birthday, I wanted us all to watch a horror movie together, because those were my favorite and still are to this day. We watched A Haunting in Connecticut as the chosen movie. It was my aunt and uncle, their 3 kids, my 2 friends, and myself there to watch it. After the movie, we all just kind of crashed, so I went to my aunt's room to sleep because it was the only other room with a TV, one of those old box TVs that would go full static every now and again. I get in there and put something on quietly and go to sleep. But I wake up a couple of hours later, and the room is pitch black, other than the light from the static on the TV, which, if you know, is not very much. It's basically a straight low beam that makes some stuff visible, but anything outside that vicinity gets harder and harder to see because of the light. But I can see all of her masks clearly. I went to get up to change the channel, and I noticed I couldn't move. It was like some sort of sleep paralysis. My eyes could move, but my body could not. So I just laid there, briefly trying to wait for my body to realize and wake up or move, when I heard a sound like someone tapping their nails on the closet door. Just a little 4 taps. I'm sure that we all do this when we're bored, but it caught my attention, and I fixed my eyes on the closet door, waiting to hear it again. Within about a minute, I had glanced at the wall that the closet was on, at my aunt's masks, when I noticed one was missing, and I knew because it was the one that I'd gotten her for Mother's Day. I did a double take because I knew where it always was, I didn't pay too much attention to it until I looked back at the TV and could barely see the mask that was missing off the wall, now hardly out of light, but still slightly visible behind the TV. I knew it was the mask by the little pink flower pattern on the left cheek. At first, I thought my aunt had moved it, but no longer than I had had that thought. The mask started to raise, very, very slowly. It rose to the ceiling, slowly made its way directly over my face in the bed, where it stayed for a couple of seconds, before slowly descending to what felt like right over my face. I tried to close my eyes, but it didn't help. I could feel it looking at me, and could practically see it doing it with my eyes closed. Then, out of nowhere, the pressure lifted, and I heard the mask break from falling. It fell directly about where it originally had hung, by the closet. I laid there practically in tears, not able to do anything about it. Then it sounded like someone shaking the bedroom door as hard as possible, trying to get in, but it wasn't locked. My aunt and uncle woke up to the sound of the door shaking, came to see what they thought I was doing, until they got in front of the door, and it swung open on its own. As soon as the door opened, it was like my body woke up. I sat up and screamed as loud as possible, and pushed to the corner in the bed, crying. That's when I told them what happened. They knew by the way I was acting that I wasn't kidding, and they would have probably doubted it a bit had it not been for the door opening on its own. But that's the end of this one. I have many more, but not like this. I was 11 years old, angry to be staying with my dad and his new girlfriend instead of my mom. I'd already been there for almost 2 days and still had 3 more to go. I don't think my dad or his girlfriend did anything particularly wrong. The house was just boring, and I wasn't interested in socializing with them. They were all lovey-dovey to the max. I just felt like I was in the way. I spent most of the time sitting in my room, staring at the wall, since I didn't have a TV in there, and I didn't want to bother sitting with them, watching MASH or something else I couldn't stand. One evening, while sitting in my room, I see someone walk by my window. They looked to be about my age, a girl. Holy crap, I could have a friend. Immediately, I dove towards the window, and I opened it wide enough before sticking my head out. I wanted to see if the girl was still there. She should have been, but she wasn't. I walked into the living room and I asked my dad, "Who's the girl that's walking around outside?" They both looked at me confused, and my dad asked, "What girl?" I explained what I saw. My dad sort of scoffed. Of course he didn't believe me. That's what I was thinking. But instead he sat there, almost deep in thought, as his girlfriend said that if there was a girl out there, we better check it out, because the brush was rough right there. She said it would just lead her to a bunch of blackberry bushes and stuff that she shouldn't be messing with. My dad hopped up to put his shoes on, and for the first time, I was kind of excited to do whatever he was doing, so I followed him outside. I pointed out where I'd seen her start from and the direction she walked. Sure enough, as we walked the path, it was essentially a dead end. You could only get to the backyard by using the path on the other side of the house. My dad sort of threw his hands up, and I was like, "I don't know, Dad. Maybe she walked back this way, and I didn't see it because I was talking to you." He stood there a minute, and he asked me, "What did this girl look like? About your age?" I told him, "Yeah, about my age. Brownish hair, some sort of jean coat, shirt thing. I couldn't see anything below her shoulders. She was too short, or so was I." He didn't really react to what I said, but I could tell that for whatever reason, he was really thinking about it. Then he finally speaks up, telling me that's strange, referring to what I had seen. So I just repeated that she probably turned around and left, But he told me that's not why it was strange. It was strange because they know the neighbors. They aren't incredibly close by, and no one has kids. He tells me he's pretty sure he's seen the same little girl right when he and his girlfriend first moved into the place. It's what sort of drew him to determine if the neighbors had any kids, especially any my age. I asked where he'd seen her, and he said it was right outside my window. She was walking in the same direction, and just like this time, he wasn't able to find anyone. That is weird, I remember thinking. Then I asked him, so what is she, like a ghost or what? He sort of laughed, but I saw him entertain the idea. He for sure didn't dismiss it. We walked back inside, and he and I never spoke about it again. But I wasn't so eager to go home anymore. For the rest of that week, I had a new mission: see this ghost girl again. I practically sat at the window. When I wasn't there, I was sitting outside doing nothing but guarding that same area outside my window. I even asked my dad if he had a camera. We didn't have camera phones back then. But he said that he didn't know, that he didn't think he had one. But I found a disposable one in one of the drawers in the garage. I figured it still had 6 photos left, so I would use those to capture a picture of the girl, and then I would just take the camera home with me. However, my efforts proved fruitless. 3 days came and went, and I never saw the girl again. I went back to that house, maybe 2 or 3 other times. Still, never saw her. My dad never mentioned her again either. I've just been forever curious who she was. When I was 17, I'm convinced I saw something otherworldly. Maybe it was a demon. I don't expect everyone or anyone to believe me. Hell, I'm not even sure how to make sense of it myself. But every time I think back to that night, the details come rushing back, like it just happened. It was around 2 or 3 in the morning when I woke up, thirsty. The kind of thirst that pulls you out of sleep and nags at you until you do something about it. The house was dead silent, and that kind of quiet feels heavy, like it's pressing down on you. Everyone was asleep, and I didn't want to make any noise, so I slipped out of bed, groggy, and shuffled down the hallway towards the kitchen. The hallway felt unnaturally long. I brushed it off, chalked it up to being half asleep. The darkness was thick, clinging to the walls like a living thing, but I ignored that too, flipping on the kitchen light as I entered. And that's when I saw it. Standing by the fridge in the corner of my eye was this thing. At first I thought maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. You know how your brain tries to make sense of shadows when you're tired. But this wasn't a shadow. It was hunched over, pale, and looking slim. Its skin stretched tight over its bones. It wasn't human. There was no mistaking that. But its head jerked towards me and I froze. I locked eyes with it, and that's when I knew that this wasn't a nightmare that I could wake up from. Its eyes, yellow, sunken, and cold, looked straight into mine. Its face was twisted, grotesque, almost skeletal, but with a thin layer of slick, oily skin. The creature stood on 2 spindly legs, but it wasn't stable, like it was always ready to collapse or crawl. I think the worst part was its mouth, this jagged, gaping maw filled with teeth. It looked too sharp and too numerous for its small face. It opened its mouth even wider, its chest heaving like it was struggling to breathe. And then it let out this scream. Not a scream, a screech. High-pitched, like metal scraping against metal, but also raw and guttural. The sound tore through me, my whole body locked up, paralyzed with fear. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. All I could do was stand there, staring at it as it screeched again. I don't know how long we stood there, seconds, minutes, before it suddenly bolted. It moved in a way that no living thing should. It didn't run. It crawled, fast and jerky, across the walls like gravity didn't apply to it. It scurried towards the unlit part of the house, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as it had appeared. The light in the kitchen flickered as it vanished, leaving me standing there, my heart pounding so loud that it echoed in my ears. I couldn't breathe right. My chest was tight and my throat was dry. I felt rooted in this spot for what felt like forever, my mind reeling, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. But nothing made sense. I finally snapped out of it and bolted back to my room. I slammed the door, locked it, and turned on my music as loud as I could, trying to drown out the memory of that screech. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. How could I? Every creak in the house, every shift of the floorboards made me jump, convinced that that thing would crawl out of the shadows and come for me. I didn't tell anyone for a long time. What would I say? I saw a creature, a demon. Even now it sounds insane when I say it out loud. I've only ever shared this story with a few people, and each time I tell it, the same chill runs down my spine. I'm not here to convince anyone that demons are real or to start some debate. I just want to know if anyone out there has ever seen something like it, because it makes you feel like you're losing your mind, like maybe what you saw wasn't real. But deep down, you know it was, and that's the scariest part of all. It was late summer when this happened. Humid air, still as glass. My mother had gone to bed hours ago, and I was the last one awake. I remember because the clock on the wall had just clicked past midnight, and I was sitting at the kitchen table, trying to finish a book. The window over the sink was open, and I could hear the crickets, and the slow groan of the back porch swing moving in the wind. Except there wasn't any wind. Not that night. At first, I thought maybe it was the old wooden frame shifting, but then I heard it again. The slow creak, like weight being added and released, back and forth. I got up, still holding my book, and I peered out the window. The porch light was off, but there was just enough moonlight to see the swing. It was moving, gently, the way that it does when someone sits in it. Only no one was there. Then the swing stopped, in a way that can only be described as unnatural. Then, from the darkness of the tree line surrounding the house, something moved. It wasn't a person, I knew that right away. It was far too tall and thin, and it just didn't move right. It stepped forward, just enough for the light to catch on its shape, and my heart literally stopped. I couldn't make out a face, only the absence of one. A darker patch of black in the night. I'd never seen anything like it. I blinked and it was gone. The swing creaked again. I don't know what made me do it, but I went to the back door. Maybe I thought I'd imagined it. Maybe I just wanted to prove I wasn't scared, even though I was. I flipped on the porch light and the swing was perfectly still now. But the door, the one that had been locked 100 times before, was cracked open just an inch. My mom was meticulous about locking up, always double-checking, always. I pushed it shut, locked it again, and stood there listening. Nothing but my own pulse in my ears. But then something pressed against the side of the door. Just one soft, deliberate push, enough to make the wood creak inward. I remember whispering, "Mom?" before realizing she couldn't have made it downstairs that fast. The pressure stayed there, steady, just holding. When I stepped back, it stopped. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the hallway until the sun came up, watching that door, waiting for the knob to turn. The next morning, when I went outside, I saw footprints in the dew, bare, human-shaped, but too long, with deep impressions where the toes should have been. They led from the woods straight to the porch and stopped right at the door. Nothing led away from the house. It's been years since that night, and that was the only incident I ever had. The house is gone now, sold, torn down, replaced by something newer. But I still dream about the house. Sometimes, just the porch swing. I've been hiking and backcountry camping solo since I was a teenager. I grew up in a small town in Washington and spent most weekends in the Cascades. Over the years, I've learned how to read terrain, track weather shifts, and how to stay safe. I've also learned that the woods will sometimes give you a feeling, a warning or a gut punch, whatever you want to call it, and you don't ignore it. Back in 2017, I decided to spend a long weekend solo camping in a lesser-traveled section of the Alpine Lakes wilderness. There's this semi-hidden trail up past the usual routes that leads to a beautiful glacial tarn if you know how to follow the game trails. I've done it once or twice before, once with a buddy and once alone. Always peaceful, always quiet. Never seen another soul up there. The hike in this time was normal. Cool air, distant bird song. Not a single person on the trail once I broke away from the marked path. I made camp at the lake just before dusk. I pitched my tent near a large granite outcrop, and I settled in with some freeze-dried chili and a cheap paperback. That night was uneventful, though. I did notice how still it got. No wind, no frogs, just that weird kind of silence that presses on for a little bit too long and something small breaks it, letting you know you're still on planet Earth. I slept okay, woke up around 6:30 a.m. with the plan to hike up toward a nearby ridge. Wasn't far, maybe 45 minutes up if you're steady. I left everything in place except for a day pack with water, jerky, and a map, one that I didn't think I'd need. That is the last thing I remember clearly. Walking up the trail, the sound of my boots crunching over pine needles, the sun still low and the ridge just peeking into view. Then nothing. Not even blackness, just a hard out. The next thing I know, I'm standing back at the base of the ridge, just off the trail. I'm staring up into the trees, like I'd blinked and suddenly lost time. At first I figured I must have dozed off, maybe got a little turned around. But when I checked my watch, it was after 3 p.m. 7 hours had just passed. There were no bruises or scrapes like I'd fallen, but my water was nearly gone, and there were pine needles stuck inside the collar of my shirt like I'd been lying down somewhere. I hiked back to camp fast, packed my shit even faster. I didn't stay another night. I'd camped alone plenty of times, but that was the only time I'd ever felt like I was being followed on the way out. I never saw anything or heard anything, just that feeling like someone was a few steps behind me. Every time I looked over my shoulder, I thought I'd see something. I've gone back to a lot of places since then, but not there. I won't even say the name of the lake anymore. I don't know what happened during those 7 hours, and the more that time passes, the more I start to wonder, do I even want to know? Last year, I was forced to camp in the forest of West Newbury, Massachusetts, as I was homeless, technically, I still am. I should add that I co-own the land I've been camping on, but it's no house. It was hard work making several trips carrying my possessions from the main road to my campsite, which was 300 yards away from the road. I also was forced to go through a swamp to get there. It was moments before sunset when I finally finished with all of the loads I needed to carry when I happened to look to my left. About 50 yards away, I saw a male face peeking at me from behind the trees, but only for a second. The face had both a puzzled and a curious expression. I was also struck by its notable look of innocence. Anyway, when it realized I had seen it, it immediately ducked behind the tree. The entity appeared to be about 7 feet tall, impossibly slim, and slightly incandescent. At first, I thought it was a man in his early 20s. I was puzzled by the fact that someone was out in the middle of nowhere at that late of an hour. I almost shouted a greeting, but then I decided to wait for the guy to emerge from behind the tree before I did. I waited and waited, but he never did come out from behind the tree. There was no noise of footsteps in the leaves or branches either. Over the next few minutes, it finally dawned on me that the entity I had witnessed was not human. That was a difficult realization, as I had never experienced such a shocking thing before. In retrospect, the creature had not wanted to be seen. Only through sheer happenstance had I spotted it. Likely, the entity was some sort of member of the supernatural world. But your guess is as good as mine. A few weeks after the sighting, I happened to mention the incident to a woman that I know at the soup kitchen I regularly go to. She, Joyce, is a New Age type, highly tuned in with all things spiritual. She asked if the creature was tall, spindly, and bright. I replied that it was. Next, she got on her smartphone and looked up artist renditions of similar spiritual entities. She pointed to one picture and asked if that was the entity I had spotted. I said it looked very similar. She explained that what I had viewed is called a forest light being. She said that she had seen a few herself. I asked if they were harmful. She claimed they were not. She also informed me that if I tried meditating, then my vibrations might enable me to regularly see spiritual entities, especially in the woods. However, I don't know how to meditate, and honestly, I'm too lazy to learn. In addition, I'm perfectly content not seeing any more inexplicable stuff. I mean, I want to sleep peacefully in my tent at night. Indeed, the howls and yapping of the neighborhood coyotes are creepy enough. I've been living in the same forest since late October 2019, and all that time I've never seen anything unusual since sighting the light being my first evening there. Sometimes, as I sit by my campfire, I catch myself spinning my head around suddenly to see if the same light being is peeking at me again from behind a nearby tree, but it never is. Update: December 14th, 2020 now, and I'm still in that same forest. Last night, by my campfire, I shouted to the trees, "Look, you owe me an explanation. What are you? Who are you? Where did you come from? Why the hell were you peeking at me? I'd like an explanation before I die. I'm right here, okay? Show yourself." Nothing happened. Likely, it never will. When my dad died in 1979, it was sudden and without warning. He was entering his bedroom to lay down and take a nap. My aunt and I heard the thud when he hit the small rocking chair and then the floor. I looked at him and knew that he was dead before he hit the floor. His routine each morning, starting at 5 o'clock, he got out of bed, got dressed, then walked through the living room, through the small swinging doors into the kitchen. He would go over to the chair between the small table and kitchen counter, plug in his coffee pot, sit down, and wait for the first cup to brew. When he pulled the chair out, it always made a slight scraping sound. After the funeral, I stayed on for a while in the back bedroom, just down a short hallway. The first time it happened, I wasn't sure how to react, nor if it had really happened. 5 o'clock in the morning, I came awake with the realization that someone was in the house. I crept out of bed, grabbed the flashlight, and tried to silently head toward the living room. The telephone was there, and I could call the police. When I got there, no one was there. I searched the house over. No one. I went back to bed thinking it must have been a dream. I was also coming down with influenza and figured that I had hallucinated. 3 nights later, 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm awake listening to footsteps. I had just gotten out of bed when I heard the swinging doors of the kitchen. I managed to sneak down the short hallway, flipped on the light, and nothing. Okay, and this went on for the rest of the week, until finally I just lay in bed, listening to the sounds, and then it took a horrific turn. I heard the chair at the table scrape out, and then the smell of coffee brewing filled the air. I could even hear the coffee pot brewing. I just lay there in bed, not knowing what to think, trying to not start screaming. Why, I'll never know. And after a few minutes, there was silence and no coffee smell. This went on for 3 nights. I called a friend of mine to come over and spend the night. I told him that I was trying to just recover from my dad's death and needed someone around. He agreed. He woke me up the next morning a few minutes after 5. "Billy," he whispered, "there's someone in the house." I calmed him down and told him to just sit on the bed and wait. And sure enough, we heard footsteps into the kitchen, the scrape of the chair, and the strong smell of brewing coffee. He quietly followed me in the dark to the kitchen. I turned on the light, and nothing. The coffee pot was not on. The chair hadn't been moved. The next move was quick and decisive. Robert was dressing, heading out of the bedroom door entrance to the outside, and he says, "I don't know what's going on here, and I don't give a fuck. I'm out of here." After 2 more days of the visits, I walked into the kitchen, stood in the middle of the floor, and shouted, "Dad, you can't keep doing this. You're dead. You died. Please, I love you and I miss you, but please go away. Go wherever you're supposed to go. I can't keep going through this with you." And then I broke down and cried like a baby. The visit stopped at that moment. No more. I've often wondered if sometimes when we die, if it's monstrously sudden, do we realize that we're dead? Do we try to continue on as if nothing out of the way has happened? Do we have to be told that we're dead and that we need to move on? I don't know the answer to these questions, but I do know what I experienced, and I know that Robert would never set foot in the house again, and he would never talk about that morning. In 2017, my sister, Candace, was murdered during one of her husband's drunken rages. Let's call him Earl. For years, we begged her to leave him, but he was always sorry, and he always convinced her to stay. Then the inevitable happened. It happened on a Thursday night. Oh, he didn't mean to kill her. We knew that he would never do it on purpose. After all, who would cook his dinners, wash his clothes, if not Candace? But then he finally hit her one too many times, and my sister was the one who paid the price. We pay for it too. I'll always feel like we should have done more, but she's the one who will never get to see London or write a book. That's all she really wanted from life. She called me the night it happened. Earl was mad because she cooked a casserole instead of a roast. The dumbest thing. But the fight was supposed to be over by then. When we spoke, he was nodding off in his recliner, and he didn't usually get up again after that. We talked for about 20 minutes before Candace said that she was going to bed, and everything seemed fine when we said goodbye. At 1:42 a.m., I woke up to my mom calling. I thought my dad must have had a heart attack, but no, my sister was dead. A neighbor heard their fight and called the police, but they arrived too late. Earl had fractured her skull, causing her brain to bleed, and she passed away en route to the hospital. I did not handle it well. We were only 2 years apart, so we grew up as best friends. We told each other everything, did everything together, and then she was just gone. It's not much consolation given the price, but for what it's worth, Earl got life in prison. I spiraled into a deep depression. If not for my partner, I don't think I would have survived the first week. The funeral was particularly difficult. I couldn't stop crying, and I didn't want to live anymore. I couldn't eat or sleep. That night, I laid in bed trying to sob quietly so as to not wake my partner. And I thought, this sounds crazy, but I tried to summon my sister. As kids, we would say that we were as close as twins and try to summon each other with our minds. We actually convinced ourselves that it worked a few times, but we hadn't done it since we were little. I don't really know how to describe exactly what I did. I've never been so desperate for something in my life. I reached out with my very soul, and I begged the universe to let me know Candace was okay, that somewhere, somehow, in some form, she still existed. And it was that exact moment that a glowing white orb came through the wall and hovered above the foot of my bed. I thought I must have been dreaming and woke my partner, but once they saw it too, I started bawling in earnest. It was really her. She only stayed with us for a minute before floating back through the wall, and we never saw her again. But that's what allowed me to finally begin some semblance of healing. I was worried that a shared dream theory would bother me later, so I used my fingernail to scratch a small C into the nightstand before going to sleep. Now, every time I feel overwhelmed with grief, I look at it and feel comforted, knowing I'll see her again one day. There's nothing worse than losing someone you love. Life is so short. Please don't take each other for granted. You truly never know when you might be sharing your final conversation. My first cat, Gilly, had a toy mouse. It was her favorite toy, special from all the other toys. When I was in another room, I would hear Gilly start to meow a very specific and silly-sounding meow. The mouse would be in her mouth, and she'd bring it to me pretending to be a top predator. Her meows would be muffled and elongated until she dropped the mouse at my feet, and we'd both celebrate the catch with a good pet. When I was about 12, my mom started letting me be at home without the supervision of a babysitter. She worked at a grocery store, and the fancy job title they gave her meant she'd most certainly need to be there all the time. During the holiday season, I would see her the least. She would be there with the midnight crew, unloading boxes, making sure each shipment was right. Usually, my only company at the end of the night was Gilly. Sometimes I'd plug in the phone jack and play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 with a couple of friends from school, but the dial-up router I was using at the time wasn't very reliable. One night I was able to get online and actually do a couple sessions with my friend. While I'm playing, I hear Gilly's distant, silly meowing. My bedroom door was shut, and when she gets to my room, she starts scratching from the other side. I'm sitting at the end of my bed. My back is facing the door. I'm in the middle of a game, so I ignore her meows and scratches until it was done. Then, I took off my headphones and set down the controller beside me, untangling myself from the PlayStation cords before getting off the bed to let her in. But when I turned around, Gilly was lying on the bed behind where I was sitting. She was staring at the door, her ears forward, curious about the noises we were both hearing. Seeing Gilly on the bed made me freeze and listen with her. The scratching and meowing persisted. I listened with full focus while stepping as light as I could to the door. As I got closer, the scratching paused for a moment. Then it hit the door again, scratching harder and more aggressive. The meowing got more frantic. No sound I'd ever heard Gilly produce, and I knew she was sitting right next to me. I was starting to think I wasn't even dealing with a cat on the other side of the door. Originally, I tried to rationalize with myself, thinking somehow another cat had gotten into the house. But I couldn't trick my brain into believing the noises were coming from a cat. It sounded like an air raid siren mixed with a scream. It crescendos to silence. Suddenly, I felt an urgency to know what this thing was before it was too late. I quickly opened my bedroom door, but I don't see anything on the other side. Looking out the door, I'm only able to see the hallway wall with a few pictures hanging on it. I had to stick my head out into the dark hallway if I wanted to fully see into the hallway and living room. There's no doubt in my mind that something was just outside my door, so I forced myself to pop my head out and look. Down the narrow hallway, there's a woman standing in the dark with her forehead against the wall. Her hair is long and covers most of her face. She's wearing an oversized white t-shirt that hangs down to her knees. Other than that, it doesn't even look like she's wearing shoes. That's all I can make out, and I realize the woman I'm looking at isn't my mom. The hair stands up on my neck, and I lean my head back into my bedroom. Terrified, I attempt to slowly turn the door handle before closing the door, so the handle doesn't click when latching. But as I'm doing my best to carefully close it without a sound, I hear footsteps running toward my room. This makes me scream and slam the door so hard Gilly would hide under the bed for the rest of the night, scared. I would hide scared all night on top of the bed, under my covers. When I slammed the door, the footsteps vanished mid-step. The house was quiet the rest of the night. My heart almost stopped when my mom came home. I remember trying to explain it to her, but not really being able to describe what I heard and saw and have it all make sense. The conversation dwindled down to either I don't give my mom things to worry about or she's getting my cousin to start babysitting me again. Thankfully, that was the only time something of that nature happened. But it leaves me all the more lost. It's now just a memory I'll always feel a little crazy for having, not to mention retelling. Years ago, I worked as an orderly in a small hospital on the night shift. Most nights were uneventful, just a routine of answering call lights and cleaning up messes. But there was one room, the kind you never forget. The call light for that room had a mind of its own. It would go off at random, even when the room was empty. When there were patients in there, they'd insist they hadn't touched it. No one could ever explain it, and after a while, it became a strange little mystery. The older nurses had their own explanations. They'd say that it was Mary, a former patient, an elderly woman who had spent months in that room before she passed away. "She's just asking for help," they'd whisper, half serious, half joking. It turned into a running joke. Any odd sound, flickering light, or unexpected call in that room, it's just Mary looking for attention. We all laughed, but late at night, when the hospital was quiet, I'd catch a certain unease in the nurses' voices. I didn't think much of it at the time. The years passed, life moved on, and I left that job behind me. Now, 35 years later, I find myself back in the same hospital. This time it's just a retirement gig, something to keep me busy. The place has changed a lot, but there's still something familiar in the way that it feels after dark. Mary's old room is gone now. It's been converted into a surgical area, bright, sterile, and modern. Nothing about it looks like the room I remember, and yet, sometimes when I pass by that wing late at night, with all the lights off, I feel it again. It's always just out of the corner of my eye, a shadow, a figure, standing there in the PACU, still and quiet, as if waiting. I tell myself that it's just an optical illusion, something about the way the light falls, or my aging eyesight playing tricks on me, but it never fails to send a chill down my spine. A few weeks ago, I mentioned the story to an old friend who's worked here all these years. I told her about Mary, about the call light, about the strange shadows I sometimes see now. She laughed at first, but the next time I saw her, she swatted me on the arm. "You had to go and tell me that story," she said, shaking her head. "Now I'm seeing her too." She was half joking, but her face told a different story. She looked uneasy, her eyes darting towards the hallway where Mary's room once stood. I still pass by the area every now and then. I still see the shadow, just for a second, always in the corner of my vision. I remind myself that it's nothing, just a trick of the mind. But sometimes, I wonder if Mary ever really left. Maybe she's still there, waiting for help, for attention, or maybe just for someone to notice her. We'd been clearing debris for most of the day. Fallen branches, bits of siding, and a few stray trash bins lodged into fences. The worst of the storm had passed, but it had left behind quite a mess. My neighbor Garrett was helping me with the last of the cleanup near the edge of our property when he paused and turned toward the woods. "You hear that?" he asked me. I didn't at first, but after a few seconds, I caught it. A voice, low and distant, calling out from the trees. Faint, but not enough to be a trick of the wind. "Help me." Garrett looked at me. I could tell we were both thinking the same thing. Someone had gotten trapped out there in the storm, maybe swept in by the floodwaters or disoriented, trying to find shelter. So we grabbed flashlights, made our way down the muddy slope that bordered the woods. But the farther we walked, the more it felt off. And that voice, well, no matter how far we walked, it never got any closer. Just kept calling out. Same tone, same pace, always just beyond reach. Eventually we came to this break in the trees where the ground dipped into a shallow ravine. That's when Garrett's flashlight flickered and died. Mine kept going, but only barely. The beam pulsed like it was struggling. Then we heard it again. It was closer now, but it was different. Not scared, but angry. Hungry, even. "Help me." It wasn't coming from ahead anymore. It was behind us. We both turned fast, expecting to see something, but there was nothing there. Just the dark stretch of woods and silent and waiting. We didn't run, not at first. But we didn't speak either. We just started moving, faster and faster, until we were out of the trees and back into the neighborhood, soaked in sweat and mud. Then we ran back to my house. Garrett was silent the whole time and eventually left. He doesn't talk about that night, not anymore. He says he didn't hear anything after all. Maybe it was just the storm messing with us, he says. But I know better. Something for sure called us out there. And I swear I've even heard it again. And there's a part of you that knows it's not real or not human, not something you can find. And I think that just makes it scarier. I think that's why Garrett won't talk about it. I was leaving a bar in Ballard after a friend's party in February 2021. I hadn't drank that night. I'd been sober for 12 years, and I found that one of the benefits is that you get to take your car home at the end of the night. My car was parked a few blocks down the street. A couple hours earlier, the snow had really started to come down. When it started to stick and accumulate on the railings outside the bar, I decided to give my hugs goodbye and try to make it home. It was close to 2, and the bars would be having their last call any minute. Right now, the sidewalks and roads were empty. I could hear live music and muted laughter from the tinted windows I'd pass, each filled with people who'd soon be hitting the roads. I began to jog, hoping I'd have enough time to beat the clogged-up side streets near the locks. I'd find myself passing one of the entrances closest to the botanical garden. The tall metal fence was closed for the night. It stretches most of that block. A couple feet past the entrance, the other side of the fence gets thick with shrubbery, blocking the view from the outside. I continued to walk on that strip of sidewalk parallel to 54th Street, my eyes once again fixed in front of me. That's when I caught something ahead of me that stopped me in my tracks. A pair of thin arms were reaching out from the bars. Both hands were grabbing at the air, pausing, then again lunging randomly into the sidewalk's path. The lampposts that line this sidewalk are bright. I got close enough to see the nails adorning their fingers were long and black. Before I got too close, I started walking at the edge of the sidewalk, out of reach from these 2 outstretched arms. Just before I cross its path, the arms suddenly jolt backwards, out of view, making a rush of noise as they pulled back through the leaves and away from the bars that separated us. The feeling it gives my stomach reminds me of how it felt walking through my grandma's house at night when I was young. A rising, tingling terror that makes you want to run as fast as you can. The shoes I wore that night were more business attire, and I'd come to discover how terrible they'd be for maneuvering in the snow. I nearly slipped 14 times before I got to my car, but I didn't stop running until I got there. Thankfully, my car was all-wheel drive. I barely got out of there before the roads were unmanageable, almost getting stuck more than once as I got closer to Golden Gardens. I willed myself home, though. There was no way I wanted to encounter what I'd just seen again. I just wanted to get home and forget. But I haven't quite figured out how to forget this one. My wife, Sarah, and I have always been drawn to the outdoors. We've been together for 6 years now, married for 2. And camping had always been our way to unwind from the daily grind. We appreciated the serenity of the woods, the crackling of a campfire, and the silence broken only by rustling leaves. Living in the city, we didn't have any of those things, so it was our escape. But this trip changed everything. We'd set out for a long weekend of camping in the heart of the Adirondacks, a remote area that we hadn't explored before. The trail was quiet, almost eerily so. We hiked for hours, further than we intended, pushing ourselves deeper into the wilderness. The map we had seemed outdated. Paths that should have been well-worn were barely visible. We didn't mind, though. We liked the idea of being off the beaten path. It was around dusk, and the sun was dipping just below the trees. We stumbled upon it. The house. It shouldn't have been there. Hidden amongst the dense trees, almost blending into the shadows. It was old, decaying. It looked as if it had been forgotten by time. The wood exterior was gray with age. The roof sagging in places. Vines crept up the sides. I glanced at Sarah, her brow furrowed. "This isn't on the map, is it?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible at this point. "It's not." We sort of stood there for a moment, just staring. I don't know what compelled us to go inside. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the strange allure of finding something so out of place. The front door just sort of creaked open ominously. The air inside was stale, thick with dust, the faint scent of something rotting. But there was a strange warmth to it, too, as if the house was still lived in, though no one had been here for years. The interior was unsettling. There were old, threadbare chairs, a table that had been untouched with a tea set laid out, as if waiting for a guest to arrive. And a clock on the wall. It seemed to tick faintly, though the hands never moved. "This place feels wrong," Sara muttered. I could see the unease all over her face, the way that she gripped her jacket tighter around her. I couldn't really argue either, but something about the house just kept us in there. We wandered around through narrow hallways, peeling wallpaper all around. It was like a true haunted house. Past rooms with furniture draped in dusty sheets. And then we reached a staircase. "Let's not go up," we said at the same time, instinct telling us to keep our distance from whatever might be on the second floor. So we turned back around, and then we heard it. A soft thud. Footsteps. My heart was literally racing. We weren't alone. "Hello?" I called out, my voice wavering. There was no answer. The footsteps continued, slow, above us. "I think we should go," Sara whispered, her hand finding mine, and I didn't make her say it twice. We backed out of the house, moving fast. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the air outside felt different, lighter, surely cleaner. The house itself was oppressive. We ran back to where we had intended to camp, our minds reeling from that bizarre experience. That night, as we sat by the fire, neither of us could shake the feeling that we were being watched. The woods were too quiet, the wind too still. Every crack of a twig in the distance set my nerves on edge. It was probably the worst sleep that either of us had ever gotten, constantly listening for footsteps that never came. The next morning, we decided to pack up and head back. I couldn't explain it, but I felt the desperate need to leave, to get far away from whatever we had stumbled upon. As we hiked back through the forest, we looked for the house, wanting to see it in the daylight. But it was gone. We retraced our steps over and over, but there was no sign of it. The clearing that we had found the night before was just a patch of overgrown brush. No house, no path leading to it, nothing. We stood there confused, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had we imagined it? No, we both saw it. We both heard footsteps. We were inside. We never went back to that forest again, but we still do camp and get out into the wilderness when we can. But it took a while after this experience. The other night I was in bed. I know I wasn't entirely asleep because I could hear the sounds of the house, and I was technically meditating. So my eyes were closed. I felt relaxed, focused on my breathing. I found myself suddenly opening my eyes. I'd been on my way to sleep, but now I was totally alert, my senses heightened for seemingly no reason. I felt a subtle movement at my legs, but that didn't immediately alert me since it's my dog's favorite place to sleep. I was wide awake now and sitting upright, and I witnessed a shadowy figure gracefully rise from the comfort of the end of my bed and silently walk away, making its way towards the exit of my room. With my dog nestled at the foot of my bed, I usually feel a sense of peace that envelops the room when I see this sight. This particular night, that familiar calm was accompanied by the shadow that emerged from where my dog lay. The feeling wasn't replaced by a negative one, but this time it was as if the very essence of the room had also taken form and manifested as this mysterious silhouette. I guess all this to say that the whole experience was really positive. Sure, at first it felt a bit eerie, and I didn't understand why I was awake, but the calmness was the same. There was still tranquility, and my current dog wasn't bothered by the experience at all. I couldn't help but wonder what the shadow's presence was as I laid there in bed. Was it something more than just peaceful? Was it familiar? Recently, I'd lost my grandma, and the night that I'd had this experience, I'd just celebrated 4 months clean and sober, which doesn't sound like a lot, I know, but it's the longest I've done in a long time, and I intend to take it one day at a time. Maybe it goes without saying for anyone who's done any sort of recovery work, but I've been doing a lot of praying, hoping that alcohol will never find its place in my life again. During this process, somehow I've felt that lately meditation, or at least just taking time to be mindful and express gratitude, even if it's just silently, I believe that we become attuned to even the subtlest energies that surround us, even those of our dearly departed. I have to wonder, was the shadow the spirit of my grandma, visiting from the realm beyond to offer solace and encouragement? Or perhaps it was the manifestation of another being altogether, drawn to the energy of transformation that's hopefully permeating my space. Regardless, the shadow left an impression on me. As I laid there, contemplating the significance of the encounter, I sort of felt a renewed purpose in my recovery. I truly hope to have similar experiences again in life, but I'm so curious how many others have had similar experiences to mine. When I was 8 years old, I lived in a resort town called Garden Bay, British Columbia. We lived down by the water, and there were many, many log booms, which we decided to run across. Big mistake. I was in the middle of hopping across the logs when the logs divided, and I fell between the logs into the water, and then the logs closed above me. I immediately looked above and could not find a way between the logs. I started to sink. I remember the moment I entered the water as clearly as it happened a minute ago. It was dark, but not so dark that I couldn't see sun rays from beyond the log boom hitting the water as I sunk. I was extremely peaceful, although I realized I probably should be panicking. The next thing I knew, I hit the bottom and immediately passed out. Or at least I thought I passed out, because the next recollection I have is that all the sand at the bottom of the water started to move in a circular motion around me, and a shimmering of light in those sand grains. In that very moment, I felt like I was connected to every rock, every animal, everything in the air, all the water. There was a sense of oneness that I'll never forget. Adults from the beach saw what was happening. Eventually, they were able to get me pulled out. I choked up water, and then immediately told anyone and everyone that would listen that somehow I knew that everything in this world was indeed connected, and that there was no beginning to me, no ending to me, that we were all just one. That feeling comforts me to this day. The upper half of our restaurant is an absolute pain in the ass for seeing people out of the corner of your eye. Every time I'm up there, there'll be somebody walking past just the edge of your vision, or the oppressive sensation of someone standing directly in front of you while you're cleaning a table and suddenly vanishing when you look. As far as I'm aware, they've never done anything more than lurk. No one's ever heard voices or felt a physical touch, so we mostly just accept it as an irritation and get on with it. Multiple people have said that there's a brunette woman in a yellow dress and a man in tweed. the one who stands and waits awkwardly, as if he's waiting to be served. People say there's a little girl who runs around in the cellar. That's bullshit. I think it's made up to scare newbies. But the rest, it's true, at least according to some people. I moved back into my house after having my ex legally evicted. He left the house trashed, literal piles of trash, holes in the wall, carpet beyond repair. Was working full-time and came home and cleaned for hours every night. Lying in bed, no other human being in the house, I heard 5 footsteps coming down the hall. Over the course of a few weeks, I additionally heard keys dropping on the counter, and then his recliner kicked back. There was no recliner in the house. My dog and cat heard it too. The cat would hide. The dog would give one low growl. We heard this over the course of weeks, once or twice a week. It always stopped with the sound of the recliner. And then it got worse. I fully believe that people can see and hear imaginary things due to stress, being tired, whatever. But I don't believe that that's true for dogs and cats. I'm in bed. Footsteps, keys, recliner. Then, the water in the master bathroom started running. My cat flew under the bed. My dog went into full war dog mode. Every hair on her body was up. She stood on the bed, barking, growling, licking her lips. She was ready to eat whoever was in the bathroom. Then the water stopped. The house was silent. That big, thick, heavy silence. Ears straining for any sound. I stayed still, frozen, waiting for someone to come out, but no one ever did. Eventually, my dog laid down, but kept staring at the bathroom door. There was no way that I could sleep. I psyched myself up and opened the door. No one was in there. I touched the sink and it was dry. There's no part of that event that could possibly happen. No way did I imagine the sounds because my cat and dog heard it too. There's no way the sink could be dry because we heard the water running. There's just no way. There is no way. It still blows my mind. None of it should have happened. But it did. I was with a new friend from work, walking up to his front door. I'd been there a few times. He unlocks the door and opens it, but pulls off his backpack before we walk in. He's digging inside his bag when I look into the house and I see what looks like a dog. I ask him, "Did you get a dog?" "No." He looks up from his pack and his face drops. We take a couple of steps inside the house and this thing sprints towards us. Like any dog that gets excited when its human has come home. As it got closer, it became immediately clear to me that this was a ghost dog. It looked like a moving pencil drawing in mid-air. There was no temperature change or anything to alert your senses, aside from seeing it. Anyway, like I said, the dog was super excited, running in circles through our legs, jumping up on us, mainly my buddy. We're double and triple checking with each other. "You see it?" Yeah, it's right here. "You see it?" "I see it." This goes on for at least a couple minutes before the dog leaves out the back door. My buddy at this point is a little distraught. I ask him what's going on. He tells me that that was his dog. That dog had died giving birth. We're still in the living room talking about what had just happened when the dog comes through the back door. Only this time, following the dog, are 5 little balls of white light at about puppy height. She walks over to us and the light balls follow. Needless to say, this blew my mind, and at that point, my friend had lost it, started crying. My buddy and I still talk about this, and believe it or not, he says that he's never seen any other kind of ghost in his life, and he never saw this one again. This happened about 2 years ago. I was standing in my kitchen waiting for the coffee to finish brewing, completely alone in the house. No TV, no music, no pets. Just me and the comforting sound of the coffee maker. And out of nowhere, I felt 3 taps, hard taps, right on my left shoulder. Not a brush. This wasn't some vague sensation that I could just shrug off. These were firm, deliberate taps, the kind someone would give to get your attention, urgent even. I turned around so fast, I nearly dropped the mug in my hand, but there was no one there. I stood there for what felt like minutes, just staring at the empty space behind me, trying to rationalize it. Maybe something dropped on me. Nothing on the floor. No falling object. It wasn't a muscle spasm. It was too human. I don't know what it was, but I know what I felt. And ever since that moment, I've believed that whatever was on the other side, it can reach through. Sometimes it wants you to know it's there. This happened last winter. I still have a faint scar, but it stayed for a long time. I'd been stressing, pulling all-nighters, hadn't slept properly in days. When I finally hit the pillow, I was out cold. And that's when this dream started. It wasn't a standard monster or chase nightmare. It was a suffocating, almost surgical experience. I was pinned down in a dark room, and I felt something cold and hard press against my lower back. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move, but I could feel a terrifying burning heat radiating from the point of contact. In the dream, a voice, a low, gravelly, monotone one, was counting backward from 10. Each number felt like a fresh wave of searing pain. I remember struggling, tears streaming down my face in the dream, begging whatever it was to stop. When it hit 1, the voice hissed, "This one is mine." I jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat. The room was freezing. I'd obviously been crying. But my lower back, it felt like it was on fire. I stumbled to the bathroom, flipped on the light, and twisted to look in the mirror. Just above my tailbone, a perfect circular brand, about the size of a silver dollar. It was livid red, swollen, already blistering. It wasn't an itch or a rash. It was a genuine third-degree burn. I live alone. I checked the sheets, the bed frame, everything. No hot water bottle or electric blanket. No stray iron. Nothing that could have caused that kind of contact burn while I was asleep, nonetheless. A week later, I went to the doctor. They treated it like a severe, unexplained thermal burn, asked me a lot of questions about what had happened, and they just looked skeptical when I said I didn't know. It's been over a year, and I truly don't think I've slept soundly since. I believe something entered my head and stole my peace. It left a physical signature to prove that it was real. Every time I see it, faint or not, I know that nightmares weren't just in my mind. It was an active attack. This happened to me a few years ago, and I still think about it more often than I probably should. A normal day, nothing special. I'd just gotten off of work and was heading to the bus stop. Same route I always took. Down Main, past the diner, up to the corner across from the Walgreens. I remember being a little out of it. Not tired exactly, but zoned out. One of those days where your body just moves through routine while your brain floats somewhere else. And I'm standing on the corner, waiting for the light. There's no one else around, just a few cars passing here and there. I had headphones on, but really wasn't listening to anything. The walk signal flickered on, and I stepped forward without looking. The next thing I remember is this arm, strong and sudden, grabbing the back of my jacket and yanking me back onto the sidewalk. And then, whoosh, this car flies through the red light, easily doing 50, maybe more. No brakes, no honking, just a blur of steel. It would have hit me, no question. I was already in the street. Half a step more, I'd be gone. I stumbled back and my heart was pounding from all the adrenaline. I spun around to thank whoever had pulled me, and there was no one there. Not in front of the shops, not down the sidewalk, no footsteps, no sound, nothing. I even said out loud like an idiot, "Hello?" Nothing, obviously. I stood there for a good 5 minutes, completely frozen, not because of the car, not even because of how close it was, but because I knew that I hadn't just been alone. Not before it happened, and maybe not now. I felt watched, not in a creepy way, in a present way, like someone had shown up just long enough to stop me from stepping into that intersection, and then left before I could see them. I've tried explaining it to friends, and they usually joke about guardian angels or say, "Wow, lucky break," but it didn't feel like luck. It felt intentional, like someone had been following me just for that moment, and once their job was done, they just didn't need to stick around. I don't know who or what saved me. I don't think I ever will, but I'm glad it did. When I was little, I had a friend who lived in the hallway. That's what I told my parents anyway. They thought I meant an imaginary friend, so they just smiled and played along. But she wasn't imaginary. She was there. She never talked. I never even saw her clearly, just glimpses. A flash of white near the door, a soft giggle down the hallway. And she would communicate with me. It just wasn't with words. Once I saw fingers curling around the edge of the wall, like she was playing hide and seek. I thought I was clever and called her Holly because she lived in the hallway, and I was 5. She liked toys. I'd set them up in the living room, and then I'd go to the kitchen. When I came back, they'd be moved, rearranged into new stories, like someone had been continuing the game while I was gone. My dolls would be lined up in rows, blocks stacked in shapes that I didn't build. I remember waking up once in the middle of the night and seeing one of my stuffed animals slowly rolling across the floor. I just whispered, "You can play with them while I'm asleep." And then I rolled over. I was never scared of her. She felt safe, like she was always keeping me company, even when I was alone. When I turned 7, we moved to a new house. I asked if Holly could come too. My mom said, maybe she already has a home. She didn't come with us, but sometimes I wonder if she's still there. I never told this story out loud the way it actually happened. I've told versions of it, safe versions. The kind where nothing strange occurred and I was just another passenger who happened to be nearby when something went wrong. This isn't that version, though. I was on the evening ferry, heading back across the Sound. It wasn't crowded. Commuters, a few tourists, a couple families trying to keep kids from leaning over the rail. I stood on the lower deck because it was cooler there. About 10 minutes into the crossing, a man climbed over the railing. At first, I thought he was leaning too far. People do that all the time. Then his center of gravity shifted in a way that didn't look accidental. He didn't slip. He went over on purpose. There were shouts. Someone screamed. The ferry slowed. Alarms sounding. Crew moving fast in practice like they trained for this exact thing. I stayed at the rail. I don't know why. The man surfaced once, farther back than I expected. The wake should have carried him away from the hole, but he was closer than made sense, his head bobbing in the churned water. He looked calm, not peaceful, but focused. Then the water around him started to change. It was as if something underneath him had shifted and was starting to pull him under. His expression changed instantly. What was previously focused was now a man who kicked hard. His arms slapped the water, not panicked, but desperate in a way that suggested resistance rather than fear. Then he stopped moving, not slowly, not like someone tiring, like something had made a decision. The crew threw flotation devices. The ferry cut the engines. A rescue boat was lowered within minutes, but they never found him. The official report said strong currents. I think I even read hypothermia. But I watched his body get pulled straight down, which means something pulled him. I think most of us weren't important enough to interview or something. I know I wasn't. I wasn't injured. I wasn't family. I was just someone standing close enough to see what the water did. For weeks afterward, I replayed it, trying to adjust the memory into something explainable and less morbid. I tried to make it fit the version everyone else accepted. But unlike the details in the press, the details in my mind never changed. I don't know. It was all around a strange, horrifying experience. I still take ferries. I have to, for work. But I tend to stand inside now. KK was a friend of mine who passed away in May 2016. In high school, he was the life of the party. The daredevil antics he'd perform would sometimes result in him breaking something or getting into fights with the kids whose families actually owned the houses we were getting trashed at that particular night. After we graduated, KK never really got his shit together. He continued the drinking and partying long after most of us had left for college or started working. He was passionate about photography and had a charm that could melt the coldest of personalities. And he was smart, surprisingly smart, yet incredibly unmotivated about any other aspect of life that didn't involve a party or his camera. In our friend circles, and I'm sure this is the same for others as well, if you were to look at it like tiers on a cake, you'd have your best friend on top, your number one trusted friend. Then the second tier, a group of 3 or 4 that you always do everything with, your squad. Then the tiers below are self-evident from one another. This long-winded simile, all to state that KK didn't really have those tiers. He never had a best friend, and he rotated between lunch tables depending on who he was talking to that day. KK was well-liked amongst all the circles of friend groups. His house would be the one that most of us have our best high school memories at. If KK had parents, we never met them. But every weekend, his house was filled with bottles of alcohol. The basement of his house looked like an arcade with dozens of large cabinets in rows on the wall. There was an air hockey table in the middle of the room that we would utilize for more than just air hockey. I would attribute the beer pong accuracy I have today to the time spent in KK's basement. When school was out, my chances to attend a party at KK's would start to become less and less. I'd still receive a text every weekend inviting me out, and I'd have to text back that I was working or had previously made plans. One night, a few of my other friends text me that they were going over there to party. I didn't have work in the morning, and as much as my laundry needed tending, I thought it would be fun to get a couple of drinks in, see who's there, catch up for at least a few hours. When I get there, it's like stepping into a time capsule. I find my friends downstairs. A beer pong game is happening on the air hockey table. And I hear KK scream my name before he nearly tackles me to the floor with a hug. The night proceeds and I end up staying way longer than I planned on being there. We're all around the Mortal Kombat cabinet, watching some people play, when KK pulls me to the side and basically confesses a love that he's had for me since middle school. I try to let him down easy, best I can, explaining things in my life are really hectic. I wasn't trying to get involved with anyone while I'm still trying to find myself. Eventually, we managed to turn the uncomfortable moment into a joke, and he and I played a couple of games of asteroids before I left. On one of our last games, he got a pretty high score, and when he entered his initials to the leaderboard, he typed in LUV. I pretended not to notice. Then I went and said my goodbyes to my other friends and left. Later that week, a friend calls me up and asks if I heard what happened to KK. One of the housekeepers showed up and found him at the bottom of the bathtub. Water had been overflowing for hours, flooding the whole upstairs. He'd set up live wires, tightly gripped in each of his hands. Another set of wires in his mouth. All the wires crudely split by a knife that he'd used to hang his departure letter by sticking it into the wall. In the letter, KK wrote of his battle with depression, alcoholism, and mental health. It was worse than anyone could have guessed. At the end, he made a list of all of his things and what he was giving to who. It was really heartbreaking to hear all of this, and I wouldn't have expected to be one of the names on the list. But a little after that, a large shipping truck pulls into my cul-de-sac and delivers a big wooden crate to my porch. It's too big to fit through the door, so the men put it in the garage. I use a hammer from my roommate's toolbox to get the crate open. KK had given me the asteroids cabinet, the one we were playing the last time I saw him. The gesture brought a tear to my eye. When my roommates got home from work that night, I made them help me plug it in. When the screen lit up, it flashed the high scores, and LUV Love still held the number 4 spot. Seeing it made my heart hurt and twist more. I broke down and finally expelled this guilt that I was feeling about KK's death. I didn't know how much I was holding inside until it all came out. I cried and cried, inconsolably, until every tear had fallen and I was too tired to continue. I get in bed and try to fall asleep. Exhausted from all the emotions, I doze off fast, but eventually, a sound wakes me up again. The garage wall is the same wall that my bed is on, and I hear the buzzes and beeps of the asteroid cabinet and my roommate slamming away on the buttons. It's enough of a disturbance that I can't go back to sleep. I'm more upset than I probably needed to be. My blood starts boiling at how disrespectful my roommates are being. They knew where this cabinet came from, but it sounded like they were treating it so rough. When I heard one of them shake the machine, I got out of bed ready to unleash hell. I leave my room and I notice the living room is completely dark. It's after 3, and I don't see the light coming from under the garage door like what I'd usually see if the lights were on and people were in there. I walk through the dark living room to the garage door and swing it open. The lights are off, and nobody's in the garage. The only light is the soft glow from the asteroids cabinet. Walking over to the machine felt eerie, but not scary. I know what I heard. The machine's sounds are unmistakable with anything else in this house. But with no evidence of anyone actually playing the game, I wasn't sure what to think. Then I checked the high scores listed on the screen. Now, LUV Love sat in not only the number 4 spot, but also number 3. For a moment, I thought my roommates were playing some sort of sick joke. But then I felt warm inside, almost as though someone had placed a warm blanket over my body. I touched the keys, just stayed there for a moment. Was he here with me? Now? Suddenly, I was speaking out loud. I'm so sorry. I miss you, KK. I thought all my tears had dried up earlier, but turns out there were some more in there after all. I stood crying over the machine for a while, talking. I didn't know to who, but I hoped KK. Eventually, the warm feeling sort of drifted away, and I found myself going back to bed. I never shared this story before. I didn't think anyone would understand or believe me anyways. But I got to thinking about it again, as I'm going to be moving into my first home here soon. My fiancé and I debated on keeping the thing or not. It was a short debate. For some reason, it just doesn't feel right getting rid of something like that. So its new home is my new home, and that feels pretty good. After retiring last year, I moved to the cabin my late husband and I spent our summers in. It's surrounded by miles of forest on every side, and we stayed here for 2 months out of the year from 1988 to 2020, when COVID got Johnny. That year I hired a maintenance man to help with the upkeep, but I came back with my sister the following year. I hadn't actually been there alone until the move, but I didn't think it would be a problem. Nothing unusual or worse than a flat tire had ever happened in all those years, but this was my first winter in the cabin. When the snow came, something else came with it. There's no trash service way out here, so when my bins are full, I take them to the dump, but until then, they sit beneath my small carport. Of course, I have to buy the heavy-duty bins with locks so wildlife doesn't tear into them, but that had never been a big deal before. Then one morning, I woke to piles of trash scattered all over my yard, with a trail leading into the forest. I thought I must have just forgotten to lock one of the bins, but when I checked, both locks were still securely engaged. Something managed to rip open the sides and pull the trash out that way. I can't even imagine a beast strong enough to do such a thing, but judging by the evidence, it was something with extremely sharp claws. I called my son and he came out later that afternoon with new, extremely heavy-duty bins. These made the old ones look like cheap stuff, and John Jr. promised the biggest bear in the world wouldn't be able to get into them. He even offered to spend the night just to make sure everything was all right, and it was. We ate steak dinners, threw the bag of leftovers in the bin, and they were still perfectly intact the following morning. It seemed like everything was back to normal, but 2 weeks later, the new bins were destroyed as well. It happened the same night as an awful storm. I listened to the wind and thunder all night, just praying that I still had a roof when morning came. The cabin was fine, of course, but the bins weren't. The one with the steak scraps had been ripped open just like before, and trash was scattered everywhere with a trail leading into the forest at the same spot. John Jr. didn't believe me when I called. I don't blame him for thinking that it had to be the storm, but wind doesn't create claw marks and peel the metal back like a tin can. You would need power tools or some kind of heavy-duty machinery to replicate the damage done to those things. Not knowing what else to do, we called the police. We knew they wouldn't be able to do anything per se. We mostly just wanted their opinion, so we said that someone had vandalized my property in the night. The officer on the phone thought that it was storm damage too, but we convinced them to send someone in the end. An hour later, 2 policemen arrived and took our statements along with some photos, but they were only placating me by that point. I think they felt sorry for me. They were very kind, and they agreed this wasn't storm damage, but they also didn't think that it was done by a human. That much we agreed on. Even if it was possible, what would be the point of driving all the way to such awful weather just to tear apart an old woman's trash can? I certainly don't have any enemies. They had no idea what kind of animal could pull off such a feat either, but they called someone from the Wildlife and Fisheries Department. The game warden came out a few hours later. He took one look at the damage and went pale as a ghost. He'd seen a few similar incidents over the years, always during the winter, at other homes in the area. There used to be a good number of cabins and hunting lodges around here, but now there's only a handful left. Most were torn down or abandoned. When I asked what the other homeowners did about the problem, he said they moved away or stopped coming during the winter months. An elderly man used to have a cabin just a few miles from mine. When something started tearing his trash apart, he simply stopped leaving it outside. Then one night, a terrible blizzard blew through, and his family was unable to reach him the following morning. His son-in-law came to check on him and found the front door ripped off of its hinges, blood everywhere. A trail of it was followed into the forest, but no other traces of the old man were ever found. I just don't understand how no one is doing anything about it. The whole area should be closed off until this creature is killed. People have died. I could have died. I spent the rest of last winter with my son and his family, but it was just too crowded to stay there long term, and I can't bear to part with the cabin. I know it sounds silly after everything I've said, but my husband and I had such wonderful times here. Nothing remotely unusual has happened since my return, but now it's almost winter again, and I don't think I should be here when the first snow falls. There used to be this old abandoned church behind our middle school. It's not there anymore because it burned down after I graduated high school, and they never rebuilt anything in its place. When we were kids, we'd go there after school and hang out, usually with zero issues. We weren't exactly allowed there, but no one ever shooed us away either. I was in 7th grade and my younger sister was in 5th grade. After school, just like so many other days, I walked to the church with a group of friends and waited for my sister to get out of elementary school, which was a half-hour behind. Usually for fun, we would act out scenes from our favorite movies. We'd stand up near the podium, which still stood tall at the head of the church, while the others would act as the audience in the pews. On this day, I was on stage with my best friend, and we were acting out some of our favorite scenes from Clueless. The party scene. First, when Dion finds Murray has shaved his head, and then it was time for the rollin' with the homies scene, where Ty hits her head on the lamp. We're about to start the second part when someone in our audience screams. Then, 2 screams. My friend and I are like, "What the fuck, guys?" Totally assuming something innocent. "That cross moved," they shouted over each other. We turn around to face the large cross that they were talking about, only it's perfectly still. Clearly, they were messing with us. So we keep going with our skit, but the audience is restless now. We try to ignore that fact and attempt to make them laugh. Suddenly, my friend lets out a small yelp, whips around while swatting near her head. Something whispered in her ear. "What did it say?" I asked. My friend says that she doesn't know. It was like someone was just breathing in her ear. Maybe it said hi, or maybe it was just a hiss. I know my friend well enough to determine that I don't think she's messing with me. The church feels cold all of a sudden. The audience is on their feet, and I realize that we are collectively thinking the same thing. So I say it. Let's go. We shuffle off the stage and make our way to the church entrance. Before we reach the door, we're temporarily stopped and startled by a loud crash coming from behind us. The large cross hanging, the one that the girls said moved, was now completely off the wall and crash landed directly where my friend and I stood just moments ago. None of us stuck around long enough to do any more investigating. That was enough for us to understand our idea to leave was the right one. I was so shocked, scared, or dazed by the entire experience, I almost forgot to pick up my sister. I just started walking straight home. Halfway there, I realized my mistake and went back for my sister. She usually likes to cut through the church, but this day, and basically every day moving forward, we avoided that place. When the place burnt down years later, it was said that some sort of satanic ritual was taking place. No one died in the fire, but people reported hearing screaming coming from the area, and within moments it was up in flames. Police deemed it arson, but no one was ever caught. Not that we know of, anyway. Now the church is an abandoned pile of burnt rubble with a weak police tape barrier. I believe kids still mess around in there, but honestly, I can't imagine why.